Hi everyone, my name is Anton Voroniuk and I'm happy to have you on our online conference SEO Day. Today we will talk about search engine optimization, about Google algorithms, how to deal with that, how to use the right tools, and don't get penalty from search engines. Today with Skills Booster Web Promo, we talk about one of the most powerful tools in digital marketing. We have 9 great speakers. These people will share their practical experience how to use different tools to get first position in search engine results. Let's start from a small icebreaker. Please write in chat from which country you are watching us right now. I saw that some of you already done it. We have our visitors from the United States, Greece, India, Sri Lanka, Germany, Canada, and so on. So please don't hesitate to write in chat about yourself and from which country you are watching us right now. So my name is Anton Voroniuk. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Skills Booster Academy, and I'm a co-owner of Web Promo Agency. Today, I have a great tradition to share our knowledge on webinars, and one of the great traditions on all my webinars is to give gifts. If you will find me on LinkedIn, just type in Anton Voroniuk and follow me, you will get in the end of my speech a small gift. It's our course Link Building on Udemy, totally free. So just let's meet each other on LinkedIn, and I'll tell a little bit about what is the main topic of our today conference, why do you need to watch it from the beginning till the end, and what gifts you will get from our partners such as RankWatch, SERPstat, SimilarWeb, and other great companies. So why are we talking about SEO? SEO is a real crucial part of digital marketing strategy. If you want to examine your competitors using such tools as SimilarWeb, SEMrush, etc., you will see one big thing, that the most traffic to the most websites in digital marketing are from organic search. And how to get organic search, how to get the top ranking is the main topic of our today conference. Our speakers will share the experience, what did they do, how did that influence on their results. We will talk about on-page SEO, about link building, about penalties, how to get off penalties. All these topics will be today the part of our online SEO conference. So if we talk about our own experience, Web Promo Agency is 15 years doing SEO for our clients. We have a lot of small and mid-sized businesses in our portfolio, but at the same time, we are working with such reputable brands as Coca-Cola, Johnson & Johnson, BNP Paribas, Sanofi, Bayer, United Nations, and so on. Today, we want to share our experience and give a small gift to our students, to people who are watching us. So if you want to get a chance of SEO audit checkup from our team, you need to fill a form, which my colleagues will share in this chat. Only 3 people that will fill this form will get a free SEO checkup from our team. My team will examine all attendees and see for which sites we really can help, which sites have a really big ability to grow. And for these websites, we will do SEO audit checkup just for free. It will be 3 of you, so fill the form and our colleagues will check it until the end of the conferences. We will name that winners and we will share the data who will get the free SEO checkup from Web Promo team. Another big thing, it's our courses on Udemy. Today, my team will share coupons that will help you to get knowledge and get new things from our Udemy courses. We started as Ukrainian-based digital marketing agency and Ukrainian-based digital marketing academy. Now we are teaching all over the world. Udemy is our main marketplace we are working with, and we have more than 300,000 students on this marketplace. So if you want to share with us and learn such things as SEO, link building, conversion rate optimization, digital marketing, and so on, don't hesitate, visit our Udemy profile and you will find all this information there. So this was a short intro. Now I'm going to the main topic of my first speech, and I will share with you the toolkit which any SEO must use. In this toolkit, you will find both new friends. You will find tools that you maybe didn't use earlier, and you have to start using them. But at the same time, you will find there must-have tools that were well-known 10 years ago, 15 years ago, when I started my first search engine optimization career. And all these tools will be really helpful for you during your SEO career and your SEO approach. So let's start. As I've already talked, we have a lot of information in our courses on Udemy, on Skills Booster, and we will share additional coupons, gifts, giveaways during this conference. So watch very attentively, and you will get additional prizes and gifts from us and from our partners. So let's start from the old friends. Let's start from the tools which are really must-have in search engine optimization. You can ask, what are these tools? And the number one is clear, and any SEO who starts their SEO career starts with this tool, Google Search Console. Do you want to know what Google thinks about your website? Are you crucial about all stuff and penalties that Google can apply to your project? Of course, Google Search Console is the first place where you will find information about how Google crawl your website, what errors do you have, what things need to be fixed. A lot of tools that you will find further in this presentation, they are working based on Google Search Console data. Of course, Google Search Console is far away from really good user experience. There are a lot of data, a lot of tables, and so on, and it's really hard to proceed, especially if you are newbie. So a lot of tools start working with Google Search Console data, making it more clear. Some of them make like detailed checklist for beginners, for newbies, and we will see such tools in the further part of my presentation. So number one you must have as SEO is a Google Search Console. The second step is to know more about your competitors. Why it's crucial to know about competitors? Do you want to be like blinded? Certainly no. You want to know how much traffic they get, from which sources did they get this audience, how big is their organic traffic, and SimilarWeb and SEMrush, they have a lot of data about your competitors' traffic. You can analyze the whole website, all traffic, and know a lot of small insights about keywords, about any other things connected with search engine optimization and organic traffic. Let's go forward. Of course, when we're talking about SEO, you can't start doing something without links. And if we are thinking about links, great link building tactics must have. And if we talk about tools that are must have for any SEO, of course, Ahrefs is one part of this story. Of course, if we have guys who are working in SEO for 10 years, 15 years, some people, of course, start with Ahrefs and watching Ahrefs dashboard as TV, but at the same time, we are working as SEO with other sources, grabbing data from Majestic, from Moz, and other sources that help us to know more about our links, about the links of our competitors. Of course, we have information and use from Google that all information from such tools is not correct, and Google works it's artificial intelligence, blah, blah, blah. But we need to get detailed link data to build our SEO strategy. And of course, tools that you see on this screen, on this slide, they are old school, but at the same time, they must have. You can't imagine old traffic approach in SEO without working with Ahrefs, analyzing links, analyzing root domains, and so on. So this is our next step. What about other approaches? Of course, we need to create content. If we talk about our main goals and we want to create content plan, which really works. Do we want to create a really great and working content plan? Sure. BuzzSumo is one of tools that helps us to find really vital ideas about content which get likes, which get social sharing, and of course, which get more links. BuzzSumo started when SEO changed 10 years ago, and now this tool has a really great monitoring system. So if you want to understand what content will be evergreen, which content can be really helpful for you to start working with it and then scale this activity step by step, BuzzSumo must have in your SEO arsenal. You can just type in BuzzSumo, register there, try the free trial, and get a lot of valuable information about any activity. The very important thing for people who are newbies in SEO and just want to start SEO career, such students are usual guys for our courses on Udemy. All these tools, they have free versions. Of course, our Google Search Console is totally free, but at the same time, if you go to SimilarWeb, SEMrush, Ahrefs, Majestic, Moz, and so on, you will get their data for free. It will be cut. It will be like a free demo, but at the same time, you can start using all these tools for free and decide further, would you like to pay for them or not. So if we talk about content marketing, about creating great content for search engines, of course, Basuma is also in this list, and it's must have in the list of tools we need to use. So the next big thing is keyword research. Of course, if we will go back to our previous slides, any of the tools can be really helpful for keyword research. Of course, the old-fashioned guys love to start from scratch, use Google Ads Keyword Planner, use other Google, Yahoo tools, other tools from search engines to get in keywords. But in most cases, SEO specialists struggle with keyword research. They want to do it really fast, furious, and SearchStat is a really good tool which help you to grab the data, to analyze this data. And of course, SearchStat is lovable by us because it's from Ukraine. We are from Ukraine. SearchStat is from Ukraine. It is a good tool that helps us to examine keywords, analyze keywords, and use it in the right way, making your SEO efforts better with each day. So next tools that help us to go through on-page SEO audit is SEO ranking and Netpeak software. Of course, detailed information about your main issues in search engine optimization, what is really bad and what you need to fix, you can find in Google Search Console. There will be a lot of errors. Some of them are crucial, some they are like not very important. But at the same time, if you want to run through the right SEO audit, if you want to fix the main issues on your on-page optimization, don't hesitate and please go to SEO Ranking. SEO Ranking is a partner of our Today conference, and you can find 1 month free demo for this tool there. They will help you with a lot of SEO tasks, but with Netpeak software and other tools that you will run through and examine all things on-page optimization, your SEO daily routine will be much easier. Of course, when we try learning SEO, it seems like it's a great job. You will have a lot of worries and at the same time struggle with SEO search engine algorithm. Google will change something. You will battle with Google, but at the same time, it's not such romantic. There are a lot of routine tasks in your SEO career, so you need such software as SEO Ranking, as Netpeak software. These tools will help you to examine your on-page optimization and proceed further to make your search engine optimization more efficient, more scalable. One of the most important part and sad part of each SEO life is what was changed in search engine algorithm. If we talk about Google's algorithm, it's working rather easy. If there are just content, just links, and we can say that's all, but it's not true. And RankBrain, we have really powerful artificial intelligence from Google side, and this artificial intelligence make a big stress for the whole search engine optimization specialist, for guys who are doing SEO with regular updates. There are a lot of great tools that help you to spy on algorithm updates. I'm old-fashioned, guys. I started doing this was Mozcast and use Mozcast data still. It helps you to examine what changed, is the changes are really vital, and how we can do something and change our SEO strategy if Google also changed the algorithm. How does it work? You can use this tool, Barracuda Digital, other tools that helping us with examining Google algorithm changes. In some cases, you can connect your Google Analytics data to these tools, and you will say, hey, yes, our organic traffic is dropping down. We have in this moment some changes in algorithm, and this is about, for example, links. We can say, yes, okay, was about automatic changes about links. Let's change our strategy. So such tools as Mostcast help you really do fast SEO audit for new projects. For example, you started working with a new project that was without you for 10 years, and you see, yes, from the year 2021, the organic traffic dropped dramatically. How we can examine it? And Mostcast and other tools in this case can really help you to examine what was changing in this traffic. So this is 11 tools. Maybe the old friends ended. I want to ask you, maybe it will be the final my question in the end of my speech. Please, when I will finish this speech, write in chat how many new tools did you get from my presentation. So the old friends, they on slides. I understand that people who are working at SEO at least 1 year, they know all of them, you use all of them, but at the same time, we have Google Search Console as must have. We have tools for competitors analysis, similar Web and SEMrush. We have link analysis tool, Ahrefs, Majestic, Moz. We have BuzzSumo for content analysis, Searchstat for keyword research, SEO ranking and Netpeak software for SEO audits and on-page optimization, and Mostcast for examining algorithm changes. So this was the list of old friends, but we have 22 SEO tools. Let's examine what other tools are really good here. So the new friends from my list. Let's start. Answer the public. I've examined these tools maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Yes, some people know it from more old times, but it's really good to create content for your blog articles, Facebook posts, YouTube blogs, and so on. So if you are addicted in content marketing, this tool is must have in your SEO toolkit. You are not searching for some type of content. You have exact questions for your further content and your further articles. You just need to type in the keyword you want to research content strategy, and you will get such beautiful diagram. Let's see what we have here. For example, I want to create content about Google Search Console. The Google Search Console was our first must-have tool, and I want to write articles. I want to create YouTube video, something like that. So I'm just type in Google Search Console in Answer the Public, and what I will have such information as what does Google Search Console crawl monitor, or how can Google Search Console help ads with this, or something like that. So we have real users' questions, real users' pains that we can implement in our SEO content. So we can write articles, we can create video and optimize this video for YouTube, or we can use our 3-step favorite strategy in SEO and in content marketing. We can provide webinar. For example, today we have 1-day webinar online conference SEO day. We can get content there. We can publish this content on YouTube and optimize it for YouTube, and we can transcribe this content and post it on blog. So this is a great way how you can gain all keywords for any questions that are really painful for your audience, and you can use these questions to implement in your SEO strategy and in your content plan. So guys, the next big thing is Flattery. Flattery was started as an SEO tool, for example, the basic SEO audit, the main mistakes, main integrations, and so on. But they, after that, they changed their strategy to conversion rate optimization tools. And those of you who build not just SEO, but doing the complex digital marketing, you understand that conversion is a big pain for many digital marketers. So if you want to grow your sales, of course, you need conversion rate optimization, and getting traffic from search engine optimization is not enough. You need to transfer this traffic in real sales. So conversion rate optimization helps you to examine how people who find your website in search, how they surf on your website, what pages do they watch. You can see this in heat maps. Flattery has really useful tools in their heat maps. Flattery has a great possibility to record sessions. You can see how exact user was clicking on this button and after that on that button. It's like for people who didn't have contact with such tools, it's like a magic. You can just go there, share, and start using Flattery to know more about how your traffic from search engine optimization convert exactly on this website. So this tool is also like a new friend, but it's also must have for SEO approach and your further approach to convert SEO traffic in sales. Keywordtool.io. It's also one of my favorite tools if we talk about creating content, not just for Google. In our practice, we are building long-term funnel. In Ukraine, we had like 1.5 million audience on our website per year, and it was not just about creating blog. Of course, we love blog, we have blog posting, etc. But at the same time, keywords, they are important not just on blogs and for Google search. You have a lot of other search engines, and you can optimize your website for this approach. So on Keyword.io, we have very good, really very good keyword research for YouTube, for Bing, for Amazon, for eBay, for stores. For example, if you need keywords for your mobile app, you can also find it there. So I recommend Keywordtool.io for the guys who didn't use these tools to make your keyword research faster, easier, and examine what are the keywords you maybe missed and you need to add them to your content plan and your further SEO strategy. So guys, marketplaces. Of course, this is just example. We are working with Udemy for 1.5 years, and for us, it's the main marketplace. Some of you are selling on Amazon, on Etsy, eBay, etc. And if we talk about our main approach, about our main insights, we need to optimize not just for Google search, but we need to optimize for search engine on exactly marketplace, for example, on Udemy. And most of these marketplaces, they share data with you, what things are used and what people are searching on exact marketplace. For example, if we talk about Amazon Analytics, we love e-commerce intelligence. It's called Shopper Intelligence. And SimilarWeb, it's independent model of SimilarWeb. You can grab all Amazon data and see which keywords via dynamics, via search volume, and so on. And it's for Amazon. In our case, we are focused on Udemy to sell our courses. So on Udemy, we have the same tool. And it's not just about Udemy, it's about marketplace sales. Marketplaces take a very important role in search engine optimization. They are trustful, and it's much more easier to optimize a marketplace page and make it to put in top of Google than to start and do it with your own websites. Sometimes it's mostly impossible. So if you want to do it this way, if you want to use marketplaces in your search engine optimization strategy, don't hesitate, register on marketplace, which is more topical for your business. Go there in detailed statistics and try to find data about keywords. Mostly for all big marketplaces, there are statistic tools about internal keywords, and there are like third-party tools. For example, SimilarWeb grab data from Amazon search, and you can use it in Shopper Intelligence. So don't hesitate to use it and make your marketplace ranking better and your listings on marketplace better optimized for Google search. So Cloud Natural Language.ai. So if we talk about creating really good text, we have to do it in big amount, and Cloud Natural Language AI do this really fast, furious, and you can do it just going to Google Cloud, trying it for free. Of course, after that you need to pay, but it gives you this ability to work with this tool on a regular basis. Structured Data Markup Helper. This tool is the part of Google Search Console. Maybe it's 1.5 or 2 years it was published in Google Search Console, but during our courses on Udemy, teaching in Web Promo Experts and Skills Booster, we learned that a lot of people don't know about this tool. You can just go to Google Search Console or just type in Structured Data Markup Helper and find what are the main issues with your content and how to make the data markup better, how to look in SERP more sexy. And this is what you need to do if you want to really be successful in search engine and to get more clicks, get better CTR on search engine results page you have. Public 3W is source code search engine. I know that there are different guys, and today we will have like different speakers. Some of them like we are for white hat SEO, some of them use like great techniques. There is no like bad guys who will teach you today how to use black SEO tactics. But at the same time, if we talk about gray area, which Google doesn't love, but a lot of SEOs use it, it's PBNs. It's creating of private block networks for creating links, building links. And if you talk about examining exact websites, for example, you are examining Ahrefs, you are watching Ahrefs like TV, and you see these guys are building links on PBN. And you've got one site, it's like looks like similar, then another site, it also looks like similar. And you understand that these sites were built not for human, they were built just to get links. And in this case, you need to go to public through W, put here the code snippet or signature or keyword, and you will see which are the websites were also built on this system and which are the part of PBN. So it's a good idea how to grab the data about your competitors' PBN and use it. Surfer SEO, we have our Surfer SEO speaker today. It's really great tool. It's from Poland. So I love it. It helps you to create really great content. It's AI based and we use it on our daily approach. I think that speaker from Surfer will tell about this a little bit more. Uptime Robot, you will get all info about any data when your website down. In SEO, it's really crucial to know that your website is okay. When we use a lot of PBNs for building links, it's also very important to know they are okay, and to set up Uptime Robot is very important part to get any notifications or alerts if your website got down and you need to fix this. So it was the Uptime Robot. We have two parts of Uptime Robot, and we have Hunter.io. So Hunter.io is a big part of link outreach. We need to write a lot of mails for people like, guys, we will be happy to collaborate with you. We need a link from your website and so on. And this part of link building is always tricky. You need to find the right people. You need to find their emails. So Hunter.io is a great tool that helps you to find these people, to find their emails, just adding company name, company website, and you will find email address. You can set up the trigger chain. You can do the whole cold email through the Hunter.io. And I recommend this tool to start your activity in getting really great outreach, link building strategy, and it will be really helpful. So guys, it was 22 tools for the year 2022. I will get the same toolkit for the next conference. It will be like 23 tools. It will be 23 new tools. But for the year 2023, please write in chat how many tools did you get new from this presentation. If it was 0, just write 0. If it was 1, 2, 3, 22, message this in chat, and I will be happy to get your feedback. Questions, please write your questions in the chat. Unfortunately, I will need to present the next speaker. So in this moment, I won't answer the questions right now, but I'll answer them in chat after you present the next speaker. And you can ask any questions to me, to any speakers during this session. For the most speakers, I will be the moderator. I moderate this session and ask you questions to the speakers. So guys, few gifts. Of course, it's very important to give gifts during the conference. So if you want to join our Telegram, you will get all this presentation, all these tools. So just use this QR code and go to our toolkit, scan this QR code, and you will get all this list and something more. Another gift for this conference is our link building course for free. I've promised that if you will follow me on LinkedIn, to find me on LinkedIn, just type in Anton Voroniuk and search, follow, you will get a gift. It's our link building course on Udemy. Just scan this code and you will get this course for free. And you can find most of our courses with big discount. Just go through this link, and Udemy have a special offer today. And you will use this link further. So all these QR codes and all these gifts you can just scan. My colleagues will also share coupons in chat. You can find these coupons in chat, and many other gifts will be also added in chat right now. So maybe the last but not the least, I will be happy to be with your friends' social networks. Don't hesitate, visit our website, visit skillsbooster.net. And right now we have there just one big course in digital marketing specialist. If you want to start your digital marketing career in September, we will start one big course. You can enroll there and start your career. We will help you. I will be the tutor of this course. I will help you with home tasks, with exam projects. So just enroll and we will see you there later. This may be all. I'll dive in chat just in a few minutes after I'll present our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Nikki Beakley from Australia, the SEO consultant and Autumn 8 now. She will talk about the SEO foundation that are sometimes forgotten. Nikki had really great experience in SEO, and she will share this experience with you. Her speech will be not just about like basic SEO foundations, but things that people really forgot, and Nikki will help us to remember and recall them. So, hi, Nikki, how are you?
Hi, thank you very much for inviting me, Anton. I'm very excited to take everyone through it.
Have you here, yeah. We are really
Wonderful.
happy to have you here. You can share your screen and start, and at the end, I will ask some questions from our audience.
Wonderful. Okay, you should be seeing my screen now. Just checking.
Yeah, sure, we see your screen.
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. I wanted to talk about how SEO needs those towers of strength, and they need that strong foundation behind them. With my company, I help small businesses and I simplify SEO for them. So I'm going to be helping a few of you newbies to it, I hope, and maybe some of the more experienced people might learn something as well, or maybe get a tip along the way. So let me just go into, just have to get to the first screen. Okay, so we all want that great success for our clients or for our own websites if we're doing them. But so many people jump into the latest trends or the things that everyone tells them they must be doing. And sometimes they forget those foundations. And so when they build their towers, they don't actually build up straight. They just seem to lean a little bit to the side. So we need to look and remember some of the foundation things in SEO and make sure we're covering them and we're not leaving them out in the rain. So I went back and tried to think about what foundation things do we really need to go into. The first one is that we need our websites to be found. That's the first thing. Then we need them to be found quickly, and we need to give the searchers what they're actually after, what they need. So those are the three things that I'm going to delve into today. Now, one of the things that I hear from people is that they think that there's this Google sandbox that they go into. So whenever they take on a new site, they say that, well, it might be in the sandbox for a little bit of a time, we don't really get much traffic, and then suddenly it moves out of the sandbox and we start getting traffic. I'm not so sure I lean towards that thinking. So some people think there is a sandbox. I think that there's probably not a sandbox. Oops. What I think actually happens is that those sites are sitting there with no backlinks to them. So they're sitting off on an island. And as we know, Google finds websites by crawling through the links from other websites. So if you have no backlinks, you're not going to get traffic. And then suddenly along the way, you start to get some backlinks and Google finally finds you and starts to index your site. There are actually two ways that Google knows about your site and indexing it. And the first one is this crawling from other backlinks. The other way is through a tool set that Anton talked about, the first one you should have, and that is Google Search Console. I think it's one of the tool sets that everyone should make sure they've set up for their sites. A lot of web developers will set up Google Analytics and they'll forget Google Search Console. Now, it used to be called Google Webmaster Tools, and then Google's added a lot to it and made it a lot more useful as well. So now we have Google Search Console. And what we can do with a new site, if you take a new site over, is go and inspect that site. So you use the URL inspection over on the side, and then up in the top area, you put your website. Press enter, and then you can request Google to index your site. So you can actually start that indexing off a lot quicker. Now, I love Google Search Console. It's one of my favorite tools. And I'm going to give you a tip on something else that I use this particular tool set for. And that's, I love blogs, getting blogs up and using them for my keywords. And I want them indexed as quickly as possible. I want them done as quickly as possible. So my tip to you is, as soon as you do your blog and you've got your URL for your blog, you should come in here, use the inspection tool, put your blog's address in there and get it indexed. So it's indexed as quickly as possible and it can start ranking for your keywords. So that's a little tip along the way. I do love the tool, and before we leave it, there's another one that I want to actually talk about. So there's lots of things you can see with it. Links are one of the most important. You can see what links you're getting without having to go to another tool set. But the one that I really think is important is this Sitemaps one. So you can have your sitemap set up for your website and use a tool. Some of the plugins do this. Rank Math and Yoast will set up the sitemap for you on your site. And that will show the pages that Google needs to go and look at. It kind of tells Google what are the important pages to you and what you think are important. So it's really handy for Google, especially with extremely large sites, because you can really optimize your crawl budget by using this. So you get it set up with your plugin, one of those tool sets, and then you go into Google Search Console, into this sitemaps area, and you tell Google where that sitemap is. Now, I don't only just set this up for all my sites because of the SEO side of things. The other reason that I do it is that early on in my career, I helped a client bring their site back after it had been hacked. Because they had a sitemap in place, it actually meant that the reinstatement of the site was a lot quicker than it would have been if we didn't have a sitemap in place. So it's a little bit of a security and coming back from a hacker problem. So I make sure I have a sitemap in place for those two reasons. Another tool, another file that you need to check on your sites is the Robots.txt file, TXT file. Now, this file lives on your root directory, under your root directory. So you can go and look at your file by going to your website /robots.txt, and it will open up with something like this area down here, where it will show you for the different bots that are out there, what it will allow them to see or what it will actually disallow them from seeing. So it's telling them what areas they can't go into. And there's valid reasons for that. There's things like when I do WordPress sites, I don't really want Google to be indexing the WP admin area. E-commerce sites, you know, your checkout pages and things like that, you don't want to actually index. So there's valid reasons for things to be in the robots.txt file. It's just something that I go and look at to make sure when I take over a site that there isn't something in there that shouldn't be in there. And that's from an experience. Once again, I had a client site. We were trying to work out why this page wasn't ranking and wasn't getting up in the engines. And I finally went back and looked at the Robots.txt file, and it was a Joomla site. Someone had put something in earlier and then renamed things the same as that earlier item, and it was disallowed. So for me, from that point onwards, it came onto my checklist, and I go and check Robots.txt every time. Now, Google is important. It's important for us to be found by Google. And in terms of businesses, Google really has so many non-businesses out there, people pretending to be businesses, that they want to actually trust you. So a lot of us will go and put citations up with a lot of directories, so that it's just another thing, another indicator to Google that our site is a real business, because it's being referred to from all of these different places. With those citations, it's a really important thing that your NAP is consistent across those citations and your website. Now, NAP stands for name, address, and phone. I throw in a W at the end for websites, and I'll explain that in a minute why I do that. But NAP consistency is really important. You need to have the same words or phrases used for each of these in the same way. For example, my company is Automate Now, and I can have it as Automate Now, or I can have it as Automate Now Pty Ltd, which is the company thing in Australia that we have at the end. I pick which way I'm going to do it, and I have it the same way in all of these sites. So I've chosen the one with the Pty Ltd at the end, and I put that on all the citations. And on my site, I put it in the footer area so that it's on every page, so that it makes it clear for Google to connect the dots and say, this company is the same as that company. Addresses, once again, I've got a unit 12 and then my street address. I can put that as 12/ or I can put unit 12. They are different things. We want it to be the same in all of these sites. Phone numbers, we try as hard as possible to keep these the same. Brackets or not brackets, spaces or not spaces, try and make it consistent. I do know that some citation sites do make it different because they'll do automatic formatting, but try as hard as possible to keep yours consistent. The websites I added at the end, and there is a reason for this. Generally, with your websites, you actually have 4 kind of sites. You have your HTTP, the HTTPS, then you might have the same ones, but with the www at the start. All of these, well, 3 of these, will actually be pointing to one of the others. They get redirected, and they should be redirected to one of the sites. For example, mine are all redirected to this last one with the secured site and the www at the start. It doesn't matter really which one it is in terms of, I would definitely have it as the secured one. But you just need to work out what is your canonical one. So you can do that by putting in each of these and checking, once you've entered it and it goes to your page, what the URL is up in the top of your browser. Once you find that one, that's the one that you want to use for all of your backlinks. Why do I choose that? Well, that's because all the others are being redirected. So there's this slight delay. Now, it's not much, but it is a slight delay when it's being redirected. So I want the fastest one as the one that I'm using for my backlinks or for my citations. Wherever I have to put my website, I'm going to put the exact same thing every time in all of these places. And when someone's referring to my site, I want them to put this one as well. Now, I want it to be quick, and that's getting to the second foundation that I wanted to talk about, and that is that the speed is as quick as possible. Google wants fast pages because we want fast pages. I'll put my hand up. I'm one of the people. If it takes too long, once I go to a site, I will jump back out and go to another site. I'm impatient. And so are the rest of the users on Google. I want you to think about this with some of these stats, that if you have a file that you load in, say you put in a new image and you don't optimize it, and your site goes from 1 second to 10 seconds, the bounce rate is going to increase by 123%. Over double what you had will be bouncing out of your site. So it's important to make sure your speed is as quick as possible. Now, the great thing is that Google has actually told us this. There's not much that they tell us. They really don't like to give away much, but they have told us they want our mobile speed, not just desktop, the mobile speed to be fast. And I've had client sites who think their speed is great and their desktop is, but their mobile speed is slow. So you need to look at your mobile speed and make sure it's as fast as possible. Google also told us all of these core web vitals that we can look at. So these metrics that we can look at to make sure we are aligned with what they're checking. It's amazing that they've told us these, so make use of them. They gave us 4 to start with. They changed one on how it was worked out. They've given us another 2. Some people call that TTFB at the bottom. You can see these in Google Search Console. If you get enough traffic to them, you can see your real-time stats. If you don't get enough traffic, you have to use some of the page speed tool sets, which I'm going to give you some examples on those. And I have put on the document, so if you look at the slides afterwards, I've just given you some easy descriptions to try and explain what these all are about. The one that's my favorite is this CLS one, and that's the one when you go to a page and the page is still coming up, but you can see the button that you want, you click on the button, and by the time you've clicked, it's actually moved the page down and you've clicked on something else. I hate that. And that's really great that that's one of the metrics that they're testing and making people be better at on their websites. So to go and check them, I've given you the page speed, the Google page speed site. It gives you some great statistics, or you can go to GT metrics and use the defaults there. And they give you great information and waterfall information, so you can see what is taking the time on your sites and delve into those and speed them up. I've had sites where I've moved them from quite a number of seconds down to 1 second, and my rankings have just raced up in the keywords. So really important that you get your speed right. I use GT metrics. I actually use the paid one because I'm not in the States, because I'm in Australia. The defaults are to the States, and it actually doesn't give me the real indication of what's happening here in Australia. So I pay so that I can see my actual servers in Australia and what's going on. I've given you some of the metrics that you need to try and get in the right ranges for those core web vitals. Definitely try and get under 3 seconds for your mobile site. I really, if you can get it towards 1, that is the aim, okay? They've also told us about mobile responsiveness. So that's in Google Search Console as well. Don't have your buttons too close together. Make sure your text is big. Don't have lots of menus. Try and do scrolling instead. So that's a really handy tip that you get from Google. So follow the tips. And yes, the most important thing is that, yes, size does matter. mostly speed problems come down to image sizes. I get a lot of this. I've had a photography site where they put up huge 5,000 by 5,000 pixeled images. If you think about it, this image that they're trying to display is only part of the page. And on a desktop, your 1920 by 1080 size, you don't need an image that's that big. Shrink the images, make them optimized, and make them optimized for the different devices. I use Divi on a lot of my WordPress sites, and I can choose the image that I put on a tablet, an iPhone, and a desktop. And I optimize for the size. So the mobile, because mobile's so important, you don't want it doing all this energy trying to shrink this huge image to a mobile size. Give it the mobile size that is set up for the mobile. Go and remove your excess plugins. That's just a lot of data that's going up and down and of no value to your site and slowing your site down. Minify it and cache it. So one little tip that I'll give you on the caching, if you do change your plugins for caching, make sure that you work out how to remove the caching completely from the last plugin. I've had sites where they've changed sites and the caching is still there from the previous plugins. And that's, once again, data going up and down. In terms of the image optimization, I use a couple of tools. Before I load the image up, I'll use tinyjpeg.com to shrink my image. I'll go into geoimage.com and I'll put some location data on it. Whether it helps for local SEO, who knows, but I throw it in just in case. And then when I've loaded it in, I have a plugin installed which also does optimizing, and I utilize Smush most of the time. Okay, the third part is that we actually want to go back to thinking about the searcher themselves. They're the most important person because they're the one choosing your site and hopefully converting into either leads, sales along the way. So I want you to take that step back and think, what is it that Google is actually doing? They're just trying to answer questions. So you need to take that step back and think, am I actually answering questions on my website? A lot of people forget that. A lot of people think it's about me. It's me, and this is what I do, and these are my products. Instead, it needs to be, what are you after? Here's the solution. Got a question? I can provide the solution. And here's some extra help, or here's another product that might help you as well. So it's all about thinking in that respect. Of course, words are the answer. Google needs to know that you can answer the question, and it only really knows that from the words that you have on your pages. So you need to have blogs. I have lots of people, lots of businesses who say, oh, I don't have anything to write. Do I really need to do a blog? Yes. The answer is yes, you need to do a blog. Preferably, you also do FAQs with short answers. And blogs, you can optimize your blogs and do lots of work on your blogs to make them as effective as possible. And lots of people get caught up in that and think that they have to have really huge blogs, 1,200 words, 2,500 words. If you're not doing them because that essay thought is putting you off doing a blog, then just do a 300-word blog. Heck, I don't care if you just do a 50-word blog. In fact, FAQs are best if they're about a 50-word answer. Because if they're about a 50-word answer, then they're more likely to be pulled up in your featured snippets. So those extra bits that are up the top of Google above the position rankings. The featured snippets, or they're also brought up in things like voice search. To do that though, you really need to tell them tell Google that this is an FAQ in the language that Google understands. And that's that structured data. And Anton talked about the markup tool that you can actually utilize. The structured data tool is useful. You can also use a lot of plugins these days, like Rank Math, and I think Yoast might do it in their premium as well. So utilize those tools to use structured data, which is the language that Google understands. So if they don't actually have to try and work out from the page what it's all about, then it will actually help them and they might move you up a bit. I do get good response from structured data on my pages. The other thing I wanted to point out is for someone to actually click on your page, they're reading your meta titles and your metadata description. So you need to actually make sure that you stand out on those. I have a lot of people that use plugins or the default in plugins, and which is company name / page title. And so they don't have to fill it out. It's all right. It's all filled out for me. But you are wasting such an opportunity. I go in for keywords and I go to the keyword and I search on it and I see the results that come up. And then I look to see what could make my page stand out in this. I need to make mine better than everyone else's. I need to answer the question that they're asking in the keywords. I need to give them something that makes them come to my page. And that slight word adjustment can actually make it an increase of a lot of percentage on your click-throughs. Now, I'm not hiding my head in the sand. Google does change the meta titles and the descriptions on about 58%, they say, of our results. There's reasons that they do that. If you do a long title, longer than the 50 kind of characters, then it will probably cut it and change it over. So make sure that they fit to the criteria. And just in case they change it over, make sure you have your keyword in the page title. Accessibility is important. You want actually to look like you're really great to Google, that you are helping with accessibility. So make sure in your images you put alt text. Once again, I had someone telling me they had a plugin that did it automatically for them. And I just said, wasted opportunity. Your alt text is another chance for you to get your keywords in. So make use of it. And the other thing is, once you get them to your site, you want to actually keep them on your site. The longer they stay there, the more that they can do on your site, the more likely they are to convert. So give them information down the side, give them other areas they could go to, show them your featured products, get them with their call to actions, get them to join your newsletters, put internal links in so they stay there. Google sees this, we think, as a very good sign. Once someone is dwelling on your site and staying on your site, they think you're a good answer and they will move you up in the rankings. And finally, this one's not really to do more with SEO, it's more with actually converting to sales, but that's what's behind SEO. A lot of people aren't putting their call to action in the top third of the page. A lot of people don't scroll down the page. They just stay on the top bit. So make sure your call to action, which might be contact me, book a session, or buy this product, make sure it's up in the top third so they see it. SEO there's a lot to it. It's not hard, but there's just a lot of steps that you should do. Make sure you have a checklist, mark it off as you go, and start off with a strategy, working out what's going to give you the best bang for your buck. If you're interested, any of you are small business owners, I'm creating a simple SEO course for small businesses. I'm not teaching you everything in SEO, but I am going to give actionable steps that people can do for their websites to help their websites improve. I'd love you to join the waitlist so I can tell you about it when it becomes available. And I love to give tips, so please follow me on my social media or connect with me. I'd love to connect to you all. Are there any questions?
Nikki, thank you for great speech. Of course, we have questions. We have the most questions from our Udemy students, and they wrote them before the conference. I took just two tricky ones. The first one was, can we build SEO result just by links without on-page optimization? What do you think about this?
Look, backlinks are important. They're very important in moving up. But I would say your on-page is really important, particularly, well, actually, it's probably more your technical. I think your technical's the most important. You need to get that speed right. It makes such a difference. Get your speed right. Then you need the words. If you don't have the words, Google doesn't think you're an answer to the question. So it doesn't matter how many backlinks you have. If Google doesn't think you answered their question, you're not going to show up. So that would be my answer. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Another tricky one. Being in Google Ads is crucial for SEO, true or false?
Sorry, say that. So
being in Google Ads is crucial for SEO, true or false?
I missed the, Anton, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
To be in Google Ads for website is crucial for SEO.
To be in Google Ads, no. Google Ads have their place. There's no doubt about that. So I have, in Australia, we have superannuation, which is like our pension area. And I have a client who's in that, and our tax office has most of the parts on that first page because they tell them about superannuation. There's no chance for my clients to get on the first page for that area unless they do ads. So there are reasons that you do ads, but it's part of your strategy, not, you don't have to do it to make Google happy. It doesn't really connect there. Do it for your strategy.
In chat, I see our favorite question about recording. Guys, yes, we will share all the recording. You will find it by this link. But stay online to ask questions to our speakers, and it will be really engaging. Nikki, maybe the last question about your favorite SEO tool. Guys are asking, what is your favorite SEO tool which you use on daily basis?
I use a lot of tools. I'm a bit of a tool addict, I'll admit that. But in terms of the big tools, Ahrefs is actually my favorite. I put a lot of energy into that one. But yeah, I will say at Google Search Console and analytics, of course, I need to know my metrics. I need to know how I'm going. So analytics is important too. That's it.
Nikki, thank you for your time. Thank you for great speech. We will share this video up with all our Udemy students, with all 300,000 students, and they will watch in their time because for many countries, it's like night right now. Yeah. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your question, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
So, guys, we are still online. Today, we will have a lot of great gifts from our partners. The first one is from our company. You will get SEO Day 20 coupon, and it will give you a discount for our main course, Digital Marketing Specialist. If you want to be a digital marketing, if you want to start your digital marketing career, please find the link to this course. Please find the coupon and start your digital marketing career. Our agency Web Promo will provide 3 free SEO audit or checkups. If you want to get these checkups from our agency, fill the form that you will find in chat, and in the end of the conferences, our colleagues will tell for which 3 websites they can really help. We have a lot of great presents and gifts from our partners. One of them, SERPstat, gives 5 days of free access to the promo, and you can start using SERPstat and get 5 days of free access and examine your keywords, examine your competitors, and use this data further. So let's meet our next speaker. It will be Ulrika Weiberg from Sweden. She's agency owner and CEO, senior SEO unicorn. She will talk about wine, kittens, and other dangerous fruits, using search intent to understand your customers and demand. So Ulrika, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you for having me.
We are happy to have you. We are really interested about kitten. I think that the presentation will be with a big cat or a small kittens on the first slide, so you can share your screen and start.
Thank you. I hope this is the right one. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's worked.
Thank you. I'm actually really happy to be here and talk about this topic. This is which is very interesting to me. I hope it's as interesting for you. But yeah, so let me introduce myself a bit more. I'm the owner of the Sweden-based digital agency. I call it Unicorn. I've been working with SEO for 15 years now, and in search, both organic and paid. So I've done both of them. I'm doing some public speaking nowadays. So you might have seen me on other things as well. And while working in search and mostly in SEO, I've been working at really big companies such as eBay and Rocket Internet and many other before I started my agency. But today, why we're talking about, and I'm going to tell you what it is we're talking about. Search intent has become the thing, at least last year and the year before that. And during my time at really large companies, I've also worked with marketing departments, and I sort of saw how we could work together in this way. And I've built a model that I want to present to you and share with you how I am thinking about it. But let's talk about keyword research first, because that is what we SEOers love to do, right? Or no? I don't know, we have to, and it's sometimes fun, it's sometimes not so fun, but yeah, we do it. And while doing it, we always try to find that keyword that we want to rank really well, that has a lot of search volume, but no one else has found it. None of our competitors are yet using it, so we can use it and we get tons of traffic and we win all the awards and everything. But we also need to remember, not everything that glitter is gold. And if we lose sight of relevance, we can actually gain a lot of negative signals from our users that they are not finding exactly what they are wanting. I work with a company called Systembolaget. It's a government-owned chain of liquor stores in Sweden. So in Sweden, you cannot go to the supermarket and buy yourself a bottle of wine. You actually have to go to the Systembolaget, because they are the only one in Sweden who can sell you alcohol beverages. But we have different opinions about this, but it's somewhat fine. And at Systembolaget, they're very knowledgeable. Some of them are sommeliers, and you can go in and ask anything about any wine you would like to buy, or beer or other spirits. So if you have a dinner party, you can tell them we are having this for the dinner, and they say, okay, then you should drink this wine or beer or other spirits to it. So super nice, right? They also have this service online. So on their website, you can search for the type of beverage that you should have with your food. The only thing that I noticed, and this is why I'm bringing this up, they have optimized some of this they're using a phrase with a higher search volume. So they went for the wine and food instead of wine with food. But if you do a search on Google, you see that these two phrases have different search intents, where the one is wine and food pairings, and the other one is find a restaurant now. I want to go wine and dine with my friends. So Systembolaget, of course, they are only suitable for the one of the one with the wine with food, which is an informational search, instead of the other. Google figured this out anyways, but this really paints the picture of what can happen if you are not looking at it in a close way. So chasing low-hanging fruits means that you optimize for search volume before search intent. And this gives you a lot of impressions and clicks, but it also gets you a lot of bounces and other negative user signals and ranking signals, so that because you haven't really given your users what it is they are expecting. So how do we not do this? We need to start changing our way of doing content and changing our way of doing keyword research. And we need to start with a strategy and realize that keyword research has changed with the search intents. So that's why I've built a strategy that I'm calling the search customer journey. And the search customer journey is really a model that I've built with 3 other models, which is the search with the customer journey and touch points and the search intents. And I'm going to walk you through how they work. So the first layer that I'm using is the customer journey. And it has the normal phases. And if you are working with a marketing department, you will notice that they have full control of this. They know everything about the customer journey. And this is a classic one, and your company might have something else that is similar, but that is custom to your customer journey in your company. The second layer that I'm using is the search intents, and those you might know, but I'm going to run through them quite quickly, and then you can read up on them that afterwards if you don't know them by now, or Google it because it's super important. But the first one is informational searching, and this is the biggest or the largest search intents that is happening most times, and it's searching for information. The second one is navigational, and it's brand or site searches, and that happens almost with every other type of keyword, but they are branded, so they are with something, a brand or yeah, your company name. Then you have transactional, which is more products and services searches. People are looking for the best deal. They want to buy a product or service right now. And then we also have commercial that is very close to transactional, but it's more of a comparison type of search. We're looking for reviews and like other ways because I haven't really made up my mind yet. I'm looking for the best option. All right, then I have the third layer, which is the touch points. And touch points are the content with which you are communicating with your users or your future customers. In our case, it's of course our furry friends that we want to talk about and share and memes and everything. And no, I'm just kidding, but they are cute. So this is the content where you talking with the tone of voice and everything, where you start your communication with your user. And it's super important that it's has the correct tone of voice and the correct content that is the user is expecting. Okay, so this kind of forms this model, and it's a model based on the customer journey, and the customer journey in itself is more of a concept. It's a decision. It describes the decision phase of our customers that we are try to work with or communicate with. We want them to create a relationship with us, and that's why we are communicating with them so that they become customers. But let's dig into this a bit deeper, and I will explain exactly how all of these phases connect with the search intents and the touch points, and what the goals are for each type of content that you create with it. And here we will see exactly how this fits together. All right, so let's start with the first phase, the awareness phase, where the user is thinking that they didn't really know who you are. They haven't met you yet. They don't know your brand. They don't know what you do or anything. So they think, I didn't know you existed, but it feels like you get me. And you came across through that bombarding of ads and marketing messages that we get hundreds of in every day. And you did that because you put the marketing in a way that the customer or the user felt that you see me and you understand me, or I feel that you and I are the same, or I want to be like you. So they're not searching in this phase, obviously, because they haven't been looking for you, and looking isn't active, it's something that you have to do actively. But the touch points would be, if they find you, it's something inspirational content and it has a lot of humor, feelings, etc. It might be on, they're searching for something else. It might be social media or offline, some marketing. So the goal is to make the user feel seen and understood by this content, and do that by connecting to their persona. So you have them on the hook and now they're getting interested. They want to start that relationship with you or start their journey with you. So they're thinking that I might need something like your services or your products someday. You caught my attention. I'm gonna notice you. So they search for generic keywords or broader searches or questions and like what, when, who, etc. And these are the typical informational searches. The touch points would then be solution-oriented content where you explain the solution for the problems that your user might have, or what the pain points or the answer to the questions that they have. You're not selling to them right now. You're offering a solution to their problems. So the goal is to make the user become more interested in you and your services. So you do that with your content. After that, the user is starting to consider, actually, maybe your brand is something that I want and can be interested of at some point. Because yeah, you seem to be a brand that I want or that want to have interaction with. I like you. This is why I have stayed here for so long, etc., and still remember you. So the user is thinking, do you offer a solution for my specific problem? Because your users are more interested in their own specific problems and pain points in daily life and interests and what they need than anything else, like what you want them to do or who your board members are or who your CEO is, and etc., etc. So they want to know that you can help them with their specific problem and how they do that, or how you can do that. So they want to stay there for a longer time and consider, is this a partner that I want to have in a brand that I want to shop from or interact with? So they search here for more long tail searches, more product searches, and more specific questions. And you can see that here is where the product searches come in, and we are already mid-funnel. We're not top funnel at all. We left the top funnel. We're mid-funnel. The user is starting to prepare themselves for taking the final decision of converting. If you're an e-commerce, if you're not an e-commerce, you have some other kind of conversion. They are then starting to taking the decision to convert in that, whatever that is, sending an email or signing a form or maybe signing up for a conference. So the touch points here would then be the pages, would then be solution-oriented pages again, but with a high sense of value propositions. You should sprinkle all your best things that you want to advertise your company with or your organization. Tell them why you are the one that they should stick with. What is it that you give that no one else can give you or can give the user? So the goal is to make the user consider your brand or product or service when the need arises, because they might not be ready just yet to take the decision. This, of course, depends on the product. If it's something that we use on a daily basis, like makeup or shampoo or something, maybe the decision making isn't that long. But if it's something like buying a car or a house or something, it takes a much longer time for us to make that decision. And we look at a lot of providers. So yeah, they keep you in mind, so to say. All right, so we have caught their attention. they're now interested. They're starting to consider you when the need arises. And now their need arises. So then starts the evaluation. Who are they going to go with? What company is it that they are going to choose? So the user is thinking, I want to know what solution is best for my problem. Who is giving me the best solution? And this phase is very short in time, but it's intense. And it's in this phase you either lose or gain other companies or your competitors, clients, or users or customers. It's intense, and I've seen this because I've been in situations where you look at the customers during their shopping, and they have more than 10 tabs open, comparing all their solutions, and they're choosing the best one. Also, depending, of course, on what it is they're buying. If it's shampoo or toothpaste, maybe not. But if it's something that is important to them, yes, they will. They will compare a lot. So they're searching for more detailed product searches, reviews. What did other people think? Who can I trust about this? Did they try this in this situation where I'm going to try to have this product in, or solution or service? They want testimonials. Who liked it and why? What didn't they like? Is that important to me or not? And of course, they're going to search for other providers or your competitors. So you better be there and better have a super nice and really optimized page so that they then can find all the information that they need with which is conversion optimized, with all the information about the secure shopping, how fast is it that they're going to get this thing, how, if they don't like it, can they return it, etc., etc., etc. So you just need to make sure that they feel safe enough to go through with this decision. But of course, your brand is really nice. So they really think that, yeah, I like the brand, I like the product or the service. So yeah, the goal then is make the user feel secure enough to choose your brand before any other competitors. And you can do that because, yeah, you are the best. So we are in the final stage of the purchase. This is a very crucial stage as well. Why? Because it's often here, if we talk about e-commerce, here is where the money transaction is happening. And money is something that we care a lot about. We work for money so that we can buy things. So it's very dear to us. We don't just give it away. So we need to trust the person or the company that we are going to do this money transaction to. And we need to know that we get the value that we are expecting from it. So the user is thinking, I want the brand to hand me the solution for my specific problem, and I don't want any hassle. I want it to be smooth and not problematic at all at any time. I don't want to have a bad feeling in my stomach, because then I will probably not go through with my decision. And we want them to do that. If we're an e-commerce, then we want them to buy this thing. But if we're not an e-commerce, we want them to convert in whatever way our conversion is about. So this is super important. And here they search for the price and the delivery options. Is there any other price? Is there somewhere I can get this cheaper or for a discount or deal, or are there coupons? Is there payment methods that I feel okay with, or do they have like online bankings like Klarna or PayPal or any other thing, or do I have to leave my credit card numbers online? Not all people are comfortable with that, for example. And the touch points, of course, is you have to have really conversion optimized pages, but you also need other prices. And it's beneficial if you have coupons and other things that could maybe make the user feel that I got a nice deal here. Yeah, so that they feel that this is a bargain, I want this. They forget about their own money. They just want to buy this before the price runs up. And they want to find information about payments and other delivery contents. For example, I live in Sweden, so I really want to know from where the thing that I'm buying online, from where it's going to be shipped, because some parts of the world, it takes forever to get here, like a month. I'm not kidding. And then I have to pay extra taxes, etc. So I really want to have that information. And if I can't find it, I might not go through with my decision or the purchase. The goal, of course, is to make the user stay and go through with the conversion and without any distraction. They should feel safe, happy, and content, because you want them to stay users and stay customers even after they converted the first time. You want them to be happy all along this journey. So here we have the full search customer journey, where the phases, and then the first phase, or in the awareness phase and the interest phase, you have informational searches, like something else, or they are not searching, but they're searching for something else and they ended up on your pages. But other more prominent searches are how to, what is, why, when, etc. And they land on inspirational content or situational informational content. But further down, they are searching for more commercial keywords, product, for my situation, this kind of product, etc., or product elite, if it's a more specific one. And they want to have USPs and value propositions, but they also want to have reviews and cases, etc. So that helps them make up their minds about this conversion. Further down the line, in the end of the funnel, you see more transactional searches like testimonials, reviews, discounts, etc., or there any other resellers that has my product for a better price. And then you serve them, or you communicate with them, with the users through optimized pages and secure purchasing, etc., everything that they need. So whatever they are searching for, you see that they're based on what they're searching for, you can sort of understand what phase in the customer journey they are in, and then you are communicating with them with the type of content that they are expecting in their decision phase. So what happens when you focus on the user intent to optimize for customer journey or for your customer's demand? You get more relevant content structure, because you know exactly what pages are you going to optimize for what keyword. And this gives happier users. I'm going to tell you, they're going to like it better. They're going to like the content more. And happy users usually means happy search engines. Search engines like Google really like user-friendly content, or user-friendly or user-optimized content and content structures. And happy search engines mean happy business. I know. Choo-hoo. All right, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this. And if you have any questions or comments, you can follow me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or send me an email.
Ulrika, thank you for great speech. As usual, we have several questions from our students that were before conference. The first one is, what are the best tools for analyzing search intent? I personally use SEMrush Keyword Magic. Yeah. What about you? What tools do you use for analyzing search intent?
I also use SEMrush, especially for English or searches in English. In Swedish, SEMrush is so-so, but I don't know how it's in Ukraine, but in Swedish, it's like, So
for Ukraine, we have Serpstat.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So what I do is actually, I set up rules instead. I say that, okay, if it's this and that kind of type of search, and I always look, because the search intent differs from client to client, from business to business. So what I do is I'll look at in Search Console, and I have a screen, like what are the different searches, what types of searches do they have? And then I analyze it, and then I set up a rule like, okay, have they searched for this and that type? then I think it's a question. And also look at what does Google, do they translate this search? Of course, because that is the most important. and then from that, I tag the keywords with what I think it is. I mean, you can change, right? You can fail and do better.
Awesome. You mentioned you was working in eBay, so we have a question: how big projects as eBay use knowledge about search intent for their SEO approach?
Also, I worked there. There was a couple of years ago, so I don't know how it is today. But they actually, I worked there from 2016 to 17, we already talked about it, and we already talked about how we can form pages based on search intents, but maybe we didn't formulate it as clear by then as it is now. But yeah, they already used it.
We have a question from Volkan, and it's a really good question because we have it on regular basis from our students. How do we analyze user intent for B2B? Because it's totally different from B2C. It's a regular basis when you want to buy one thing, and when you want to buy to 10,000 thing, it's different story. How we can help Volkan?
So business to business is, I mean, it's super interesting, and I work a lot with business to business clients because I find that interesting. It is different. You have to analyze how is it, how are their users searching, and they're not searching as much as you would for a B2C website. That's for sure. But they probably, each keyword will bring you more revenue. So if you can rank one keyword that is even though it does not even have search volume, but it's a relevant one, it can really give some revenue. So ask your gut and ask people at the company, and especially sales and people who are answering phones from their customers. They know what people are asking for, and use that. It's
Great, thank you for feedback. We have two close questions from Hasnain and Nadia. Most of our students on Udemy, they are beginners. They just start their way in SEO. So we have a question from Hasnain: how to start SEO career, what is important to know for beginners. And Nadia asked about top 3 pieces of advice how to succeed in SEO. So how to start and how to be successful SEO optimizer. From your side, from your career, can you share some insights with our students?
Okay, so I started back in early days. I was unemployed, so I was I can do anything. I contacted a web agency and asked, please let me in. I can stand in a corner and make coffee for you. And they said, can you do SEO? And I was like, no, but I can learn. So I studied. But I run an agency, and I have a bunch of juniors, or they're not juniors that long because they work with me. But what I make them do is I go through the SEMrush courses, or as they do now, they study, and set up a blog or set up a site and try and do try and error. That is how you do it, and that's how we still do it. The old foxes in this business, we fail and we try again, and we test and we test, and then we listen to each other, and then some here and there we are successful, and those are what we're talking about in these occasions, of course. But don't give up, and get into the community and ask questions. That is the most important.
Great, thank you for your advices. We have another question. It's FinStrip or SEO all around the world. People asking, what about SEO salaries in Sweden? Sweden is usually, it's a great market for IT. I know that IT specialists in Sweden has not bad salaries. What about SEO rates in Sweden? Can you share that with us?
So salaries in Sweden are, it depends on what you compare with. I guess that if you compare with UK, for example, then the salaries in Sweden are lower. but but our living costs are also lower. So as an SEO, you can have a decent living for sure. We are paid more or less the same as if you're a medical student and you just took your exam, you're starting your AT or ST, you are paid more or less the same when we're starting SEO. But then the doctors have a more aggressive progression, of course. But I've seen people who have like silly salaries in Sweden, like silly high. I don't, because I own my own business, but but the normal would be around maybe 400 euros per year.
Okay, and what will be our average hour rate? For 400 per year, it was
no, it's too much. That was Swedish. Yeah. That was Swedish.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute.
Swedish. Yeah.
No, that would be so that would be 40,000 euros per year.
for 40,000. Okay, and the average hour rate, what will be the average hour rate for SEO?
Oh my
As
God,
agency, how much do you charge your clients?
So I charge my client around 150 euros per hour. But it varies from 120 to 200 maybe euros per hour.
Okay, thank you. We have in chat some positive feedback. Welcome, told it's super useful and insightful. Thank you, Ulrika. Nadia wrote, Ulrika, you are amazing. Thanks a lot of pieces of advice. And we have also Asina Crow that was very insightful. So Ulrika, we don't have questions, but I hope it was really useful for you, for our audience. We will share this video with all our Udemy students, and maybe they will write more questions under their video. So thank you for being today with us. Have a great day and see you.
Thank you, the same. Thank you.
So guys, we are having a small coffee break. It will be just 10 minutes. But before going to coffee break, I want to share some additional benefits, some additional gifts from our partners. You can get top SEO tools in 2022 list in our Telegram group. You need just to join to our Telegram, go there and get the main benefit. SEO audit checkups from Web Promo, you can win one of 3 of them. You need just to fill the form, add your personal information and website, and from our side, we will give all details about can we help you or not, and our colleagues will share information till the end of the conference. And if you watch us till the end, you have a chance to get one of the 3 audits, SEO audits, SEO checkups from Web Promo. Our partner SimilarWeb created a special professional plan for freelancers. You can use SimilarWeb link and go there and register trying to use SimilarWeb for free, and then start your pro plan and get a lot of useful insights about your traffic and about your competitors. Our partner SEO Ranking special offer is giving 1 month of free access to one of the best SEO tools, SEO Ranking. Use the promo code WebPromo22 and you will get this 1 month for free. Also, we have special offer from Rank Watch. You can get 1,500 keywords daily tracking plan valued for $90 totally free for our today students. So just don't hesitate, find these and other useful gifts in our chat. My colleagues will share this information with you right now. We have maybe just 7 minutes of coffee break, and we are waiting for a next speaker. It will be Bibi Raven, and Bibi will share, news about links. So how to make a really efficient outreach. It will be just in a few minutes, so don't hesitate. We have a short break, and after that we will start working again. So you have time to take your cup of tea or cup of coffee and come back in a few minutes. See you in the next session. Okay, guys, we are ready to go forward. Before we do it, I just tell a little bit about our big course, Digital Marketing Specialist. You can find it on our platform, skillsbooster.net, and today you will get a special offer, 20% off from the price of this course. This course will help you to start your digital marketing career, learn more about analytics, paid ads, any activity with search engine optimization, site building, and so on. If you want to start your career in digital marketing, this course is a really good boost for you. We have a lot of positive feedback from our students who already run through this course. Some of them are already chief marketing officers, they head of digital, and so on. So don't hesitate, visit our website and you will find additional information about our course, Digital Marketing Specialist. Now I'm really happy to invite our next speaker. It will be Bibi Raven from Netherlands. She is the link builder and Bibi boss. The topic is really interesting and sexy. I came across your and this letter, maybe a lot of your guys have already get it on email, on LinkedIn. And of course, it's about cold outreach. And Bibi will tell how to spice up your outreach for link building. Bibi, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, everything is
Okay,
really
good.
great. So we will talk
yeah.
about these really sad letters that everyone get from guys who want to outreach them. Please share your screen and tell our audience how to make it better and more efficient.
Okay, cool. So one disclaimer though, I'm really bad with technology. So if you guys notice any problem, like my screen's not showing or you can't hear me or I burp in your face, then let me know because I'll try to fix it.
Of course, we will help you.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to try and share my screen now. I'm going to do desktop. Oh, wow, that's me. Okay, great.
Yeah,
Hi.
we see you. Yep.
And if you guys have any questions, just put it in the chat. Yeah, and here we go. I think I'm going to minimize this. I hope that works. Okay, yeah. So, and what's this? Oh, this has to move too. Let's move this more up. I think it's okay now. Yeah.
Yeah, everything okay.
Okay, cool. So I have a confession to make. I was really stuck with what I was going to talk about because for me, the link building principles are actually always the same. So it's basically pay attention to who you're reaching out to and have a good value proposition and don't be a dick. But yeah, so I was really stuck with coming up with something that would add to everything that I've already said. So I could, of course, have rehashed things that I've said before. For instance, I've talked about segmenting and theming. That has to do with how you're prospecting and how you're building up your templates. But I've said those things in other places as well. So I definitely advise you to just check out my other stuff because this is something extra. This is something that will help people that are absolutely stuck with creating good outreach templates. So if you have no problems with your outreach, then, leave because this is not going to be interesting for you. Yeah, so the title is I came across your, and that's a sentence that you probably have seen or maybe have used thousands of times, right? And I'm going to help you to get unstuck and to bring back a little bit creativity and spice in your link building. So, how can I go to the next thing? Okay, my tab doesn't work. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. So let me see how
you can just use your arrows on keyboard. Oh, yeah, okay.
Wow. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Okay, so thank you so much. I love you. This is me. Who am I? There's some stock photo guy in here. I'm Bibi the link builder. I can tell you all kinds of stuff about my agency, the clients that I have, the big teams that I have. But just Google me and, the rest is kind of boring stuff. So forget about it. Let's dive real short into the link building process because what I want to tell you guys is that whenever somebody has a problem with a campaign, so for instance, nobody's responding or they're responding very negatively or all that stuff, people always look at the outreach, right? Or they look at the niche. They say, for instance, oh, finance, nobody's gonna, want to collaborate with us or something like that. But you have to realize that the link building process consists of a lot of different steps. And before you make your swift conclusion that it's your outreach, it could be something entirely different. I've had campaigns where really, as a newbie mistake, I didn't check the email deliverability. And it was actually a great campaign, but my email accounts were burnt. And yeah, so none of the emails were reaching the people, right? So always make sure you check all the different aspects. So your link building process can be starting with your why. So why are you doing this, your goal? Then you can pick a target page. Then you can start prospecting who you want to reach out to, people that are relevant to the target page or share a similar audience. And then you do your outreach. Or maybe you set your goal, then you start prospecting. And then you set your target page, because you see in the prospect list that you have that it would be a different target page that would be more relevant to them. And then you do your outreach. Or maybe you set your why, and then you realize I don't have the right content to do outreach for. You know, my site sucks. I only have very commercial content, and it's going to be hard to get links to, or I have to pay for all the links. So then you end up doing some content creation and ideation. Then you do your prospecting, and then you do your outreach. And then you find out that nobody actually likes the content. And that's the thing that you wanted to rank for, or the goal that you had, it doesn't really align with your target audience. So you get back to your why, or maybe something completely different. Right. So the solution I'm going to show you guys is mainly focused on outreach, but I really want you to always look at the other aspects as well of link building. So today we're focusing on the big O, which is outreach. And you want to go from this, an email that's very generic and sounds fake, and that has been used 1,000 times and has the potential of getting flagged for spam, to something that people actually like. So I'll read you this email and tell you what parts I wouldn't use in my email. So it says, "Hi, Bibi, I am from in service to people who believe golf is more than just a game. I came across your article." Well, this is already, if I got this email and it's the 100th time that day that I got the email, you would have lost me by then. It doesn't even matter how good your value proposition is, how good your content is, but I really don't care, because you're just one of those link builders. So here the person says, "Great read, extremely informative. Why? Why is it extremely informative?" So this is something I call empty statements and fake flattery. All the link builders say that your information is great and your content is very engaging, but they don't pick a specific aspect. They don't really back it up with, yeah, it's informative because you told people this and this. So that doesn't really sound authentic, right? I decided to reach out to know if you'd be open to an opportunity for collaboration. This is also fake, because this person didn't happen to come across your article. They actively searched for pieces that were relevant to the target page, right? So the person that's being reached out to by now is savvy enough to know exactly how you found them. I'd like to add a new idea and reference to the post, if that's okay. What idea? And which reference? My suggestion might add a different side to your post. Again, this is why does it, first off, why is it good to add a different side? And secondly, what is that different side? So you really have to be specific. And this is very generic templates. And maybe it worked well 10 years ago, and maybe it still works well, but you probably have to send out a lot more emails, which can cause you to have problems with your email deliverability. Or you'll end up paying for the link. So you want to go from a generic kind of empty email to reactions from prospects like this. So this week I got, or my teams, they got an email from a prospect that we reached out to, and they said, "Interested in doing our outreach? Hey, I was thinking you're pretty good. Any interest in doing our outreach?" So this is not only a prospect that wants to collaborate with us or for our client, right? But they actually want to hire us for link building. So they saw the email and they thought it was so good that they want to use our services. And then this is another one. This is from our Slack channel. This op is interested in getting help for link building, is asking if a persona works with an agency or something. PS, it's a one-up already. They're just reaching back out to ask. So this is also somebody that we've got the link from for the client. And now they're asking if we can help them with link building. So you want to go from a really crappy, bland email to something that's not only people don't hate, but it also shows the quality of your copy, and they want to hire you. I'm not actually advising you to do your sales through your link building outreach, but this is a side effect that's pretty neat. Okay, so I can hear you say, yeah, really cool, BB, but how can we break out of this template mold? So a lot of times I notice that because I train other agencies in link building, is that they're very stuck in one way of mailing people, and it's really hard to get out of that. So there is a way, but it will ask a lot of effort from you for a short time. So I would put at least a month to doing this. Okay, let me get a sip of water because I feel like I'm screaming. Oh, that's better. So this is weird, but it works. Trust me, I've had so many people that were completely stuck in a specific way of doing this, and this really broke them out of mold. And what it is that you have to go back to the basics. So you have to start writing unique emails. People also call them bespoke emails, but there is some confusion around that. But this is not to actually run a campaign. This is for practice. So practicing with, did I misspell practicing? I don't know. Practicing with unique emails can give you a much higher conversion rate. So sometimes it can be 80% conversion rate. It forces you to really dive deep into the prospect's perspective and into your value proposition. If you have to write an email that's completely unique, that doesn't contain any generic link building templates elements, you really have to look at the prospect. What are their interests? What are their needs? What is their audience interests and needs? And how does what I'm proposing help them with their goals, right? That's also why bespoke emails have such a high conversion rate, because you show the person that's receiving the email that you actually have looked at their site. So when I just started link building, a lot of people were emailing mommy bloggers. And the mommy bloggers at some point started asking for money. And this is because they caught on, one, that other people were making money of their passion, right? And two, the people that were, for instance, pitching guest posts to them, the guest posts were such low quality that it took the mommy bloggers hours to fix the article to post on their site, right? So they started asking for money. And then a lot of link builders were complaining about them, that these people were asking for money. So I went to a group, a mommy blogger group, actually a Mediavine group. And I asked them, so what do you hate about link builders? And the thing that they said was, number one, they didn't look at our site. So this is also why unique emails are so important, because in a unique email, you can exactly prove to someone that you've looked at their site and that you really understand them. So it makes you stand out. And I don't expect you to do these unique emails forever. It's just an exercise. So once you've done like 10 emails, so 10 unique emails, you start to notice a pattern, not just the pattern of how you want to formulate things, but also a pattern of what specific prospects, what resonates with them. And then you can use that pattern for a better template. So to break out of the template mold, you kind of need to go back to the basics and do all the hard work. But after 10 emails, it's I swear, it really, you have a breakthrough. So no worries, it's only for practicing and you don't have to keep doing it. I know that you guys hate emailing people for links. So yeah, sometimes you just have to go through the hard stuff. Okay, now I'm going to show you how I do it, and example time. This is someone I stan a lot. It's Sam O from Ahrefs. And I think he's just a really, really cool guy. I love all his tutorials. I actually love Ahrefs content anyway. And I know that he gets emailed a lot. I know that he probably would never give me a link if I did a link building email. So I thought it was like really funny to use him as an example, right? So in this example, I have a target page, which is an index checker. I know that there are a lot of issues right now around indexing. So there's this free tool that you can check which page are indexed if you have indexing problems or something. So the goal is to get attention and eventually a link. Now I wanted to do this one a little bit softer, so not ask for the link right away, just a little bit of a warm up. It says, BB, go to Google. Okay, so now I have to go to Google. Oh, how do I get out of this presentation? Do I do escape? Oh yeah, it worked. Oh my God, I'm a genius. Okay, so yeah, Samo. So what you do when you write a bespoke email is that you don't judge yourself. So just start with a simple swipe file, just as like any copywriter would do, and start Googling around about this specific person and see if there's anything that jumps out to you that you can use in an email, which will make the email look very, very unique, as if it's meant for that person only. As soon as you start using things that might apply to other people and other companies, you're moving more towards a template. So let's try to make it as bespoke as possible. So here's Sam. One thing I did, for instance, was I went to Twitter. Oh, he also has a new course, I think. So this is good. He looks very happy here. Now that I'm going over the page, I noticed that my cursor changes into a play button, which I think is really cool. So that's also something I could use in a bespoke email, because again, it proves that I really looked at his content. So I go to Twitter and let me see. Go to Sam O. Here you go. And I look at his Twitter profile, and doing a bespoke email or personalizing doesn't mean that you have to creep on people. Don't say stuff about, oh, congratulations with your kid or with your wedding or with your whatever. I wouldn't do that, but just keep it professional and, well, professional. Just keep it focused on the business side of things, because otherwise you often look like a creep, right? So I look at his profile and I see he says here, I hack traffic, leads, and golf courses. I think that's interesting. So I would copy this and I put it in my swipe file here. Then, of course, you also need to look at the target page. Like this is the Google index checker. And I would want to know, like, where did Sam write, or where did Ahrefs talk about indexing? So here I found this article by Joshua Hardwick, who's also really, really cool. And he says, if Google doesn't index your website, then you're pretty much invisible. I kind of like that quote. So I would copy that and put it in a swipe file as well. I'm not thinking about how I'm going to use it. I'm just going to put it in a swipe file. So I could look through all these different pieces. And maybe I'll look at another article as well. And let me see. Oh, all these things are in a way. And then I go to YouTube. Oh, no, that's me. So I would go to YouTube and check his videos as well and look at this kind of stuff that he talks about. One thing that you can do on a YouTube video is, let me see. Oh, it's not possible here. Is to download the transcript, and then you can just search in the transcript for things they said. So I dump all that stuff, anything that I think is funny or interesting or relevant, I just put it in that swipe file, right? And that's also what copywriters do. And I would always do that for a template as well. Don't start thinking about writing a template, just dump all stuff in a file. So I put things here. I said also the pointer turns into the play button. I also said here something that Sam said, I think on his LinkedIn or something, or maybe Ahrefs, commitment to education and love for entrepreneurship into actionable and easy to digest tutorial. So that's also really interesting to me. So here's the email that I came up with. It's not one of my best, by the way, because I'm kind of out of shape, but I do have a team that does this very, very well. So yeah, that's me getting insecure here right now. Okay, so subject line, I could do, can you teach me how to golf? And that's because he said in his Twitter profile that he does a golf course. That's a little bit creepy, but I thought I could get away with it. And pitching a solution for pesky index problems. So I like to right away make clear that there's some kind of intention of this email. I don't like to, I'd like to be creative, but I want to be direct at the same time. So don't be creative and play around the bush too much. Just be direct as well. Also, this is a great way of qualifying a person. So in the subject line, if you make clear what your intention is, then the person who isn't interested, they won't read your email. And it's great because then you qualified them and they don't get upset or something. They just don't read it. Okay, so here I said, hi, Sam. Apologies for my cheap golf shot at getting your attention. I know I'm just one of the zillion desperate souls banging at your inbox for one thing or another. This is because I know that a lot of people reach out to him. That said, I developed something I'm extremely proud of and curious, anxious, delighted to get your veto on, the epic Google index checker. I said to get your veto on because I also know Sam is very critical about stuff. Actually, the whole Ahrefs team is very critical about stuff. As Joshua wrote in 2019, if Google doesn't index your website, then you're pretty much invisible. This shows again, and I really dove into their content, not necessarily Sam's in this case, but Ahrefs in general. I hope my easy to use, I use that because they talked about easy to digest. So Sam he will not notice that I based this on something that he said, but it will align with the way they view their content. That's why I use that word. I hope my easy to use checker will help entrepreneurs. Again, I use the entrepreneurs because he used entrepreneurs here. Identify issues they have in growing a successful business. So if you have 3 minutes, maybe you'd like to give it a go. I know you won't hold back with brutal, honest feedback. I need it. It would mean the world to me to get your opinion. Give it a spin. So this is my call to action. And then biting my nails because that's a little bit charming, a little bit different. And it also shows I have some humility. I'm humble. And I'm nervous about, him replying back. So that's a little way to give it a bit of more charm. All right. So how did I do this play thing? Oh, here we go. So that was Sam O. And that was my example of a bespoke email. Now I want to give you some homework. Burn your generic templates. I don't think they're that effective anymore, except if you want to end up paying for links. And if you want to, burn your email addresses constantly, then create 10 unique emails that can only be written for one specific person or one specific site. And you'll be very surprised by how high the conversion rate is. But then you will be able to create an amazing template, and you can use elements that you've used in those 10 unique emails to create that template. Now, that was everything, actually, pretty short and sweet. I was hoping that there are a lot of questions about this, because I probably have left a lot of gaps in how to exactly do this. And maybe you have questions as well. Other questions about link building. Okay, thank you. Now,
thank you.
Yep.
We have, of course, we have a lot of questions. The chat told that Bibi is my favorite speaker. Craig
Who
wrote
said that?
Bibi. I'll check. Menace MLB. She told that, wow, my favorite. Hey, Bibi, super excited. And
Aww.
Craig wrote that Bibi is the most amazing SEO in the business. So we have like some fun here in chat. Let's check the questions we've already got from our students. Can you share, please, the main metrics you measure during outreach? What are your main metrics during the outreach process?
Oh, right. So I'm not super metrics focused. I think, so we do the metrics check or quality check in 2 phases. One is before we do outreach. So we usually use a minimum of metrics because some clients want that. So it's like a DR and organic keywords and traffic. So the amount of organic keywords. That's the first phase. And then every site gets checked with your eyes. Because once you've seen like thousands of sites, it's very easy overall to recognize really spammy, shady sites. I have been mistaken, by the way, because I've also seen really spammy sites and they got millions of traffic. So then there's phase 2, and phase 2 comes after the outreach. So once a reply comes back, then we take a deeper dive into the site. So then we look at outgoing links. So where are they linking out? Does it look natural? Are they selling a lot of links? Are they not caring about who they're selling links to? And we look at the backlinks. The backlinks is a little bit harder because a lot of really good sites are getting spammy backlinks. But what you can see is if a site started doing those spammy backlinks themselves. So let's say if you have a restaurant marketing site, and they're getting a lot of spammy backlinks, and you can easily recognize which ones are the normal spammy backlinks. But once you start seeing like restaurants 1xblogspot.com, and they're all restaurant related sites, then the site is probably doing something themselves. But I'm really easy on the backlinks, by the way, because there are really good sites out there that have not such a good backlink profile. And what's also really important that's not metrics, that's the actual reply. So if I email a site that I think is good and they reply back, Yeah, you can have a link $5, and if you pay 20 more, you can have 5 links more, and have 20 other sites. And yeah, pay by PayPal, please now. I'm like, yeah, I don't like you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Another question we have: what SEO tools do you use to make your outreach more efficient?
Ooh, yeah. So I'm a big fan of Pitchbox. When I started, I only had like a couple of projects, but I was really bad at managing the projects. I actually have a business partner since a couple of years. He's much better at it than I am. So I was good in the outreach and all the creative stuff of it and talking to people in the inbox, but I was really bad at managing it. And then I tried out some other tools, but Pitchbox was the only tool where it helped if you had a couple of different projects. So it's quite a lot of money. So I think if you only have one project and not such a big budget, it's probably not the best option. But if you have more than 5 projects or something, I would definitely use Pitchbox. And Pitchbox does the prospecting as well, and scraping of the emails, and you can connect it to Ahrefs and all these other tools. So it really becomes a link building management tool.
Another question we have: what percentage of outreach links in your link building strategy, and what other sources of links do you use?
Well, what was the first question?
What percentage of outreach links in your link building strategy?
What percentage of outreach links?
What is the percent of your links getting from the outreach links?
Oh, that really, oh, the phone is going off. That's really different. So for some projects, it's 100%, and other projects, it's 10%. And some projects are just really hard. So we just try to desperately every method that's out there to get links. Yeah, sorry, don't really have a good answer there. But we do a lot of it. Yeah.
Do you have guys in your team who are focused just on outreach?
Yeah. So in a link building team, we usually have multiple roles, and sometimes a team member has more than one role, and sometimes they only have one role. It depends on what they want to do and what they feel they're good at. So you have people that do the prospecting, or well, we have people that do the strategy. So those are the team leads usually. And then you have a person that does the prospecting, a person that does inspecting and personalization, and a person that creates the templates, a person that does content ideation, and a person that does the outreach. So everybody has, there are a lot of different roles there.
We have a lot of questions in chat from Farhan Rashad. He told that BB search engine journal blogs were real powerful, and it has helped me a great deal in my outreach campaigns. So it was about your search engine journal blog. And my question is, would you recommend creating campaigns using Pitchbox or other software and hit people with follow-up emails, or do it better manually? What do you recommend?
Vet them manually? Well, I vet them manually in any case. It's just I scrape them with Pitchbox and then they come in, but then we vet every site individually with our eyeballs. So yeah, I think sometimes I put too much effort in it. Probably yeah, because I know that some people, they don't even check the sites, they just email them, and then they see what comes back and then they check. But yeah, so it's a choice.
Bibi, as I've already mentioned, a lot of our students are the beginners in SEO. So we have the question: why did you choose SEO as your career? What do you enjoy and hate in SEO?
Oh,
what do you enjoy and hate in SEO?
Okay, cool. I really like this question. So I was 13 years ago, I got pregnant. I wanted to be pregnant, by the way, but I was pregnant. And then I didn't want to work in an office anymore. And I looked like, how can I make money working from home? And then I saw that social media marketing was something to do that. So I got a new job and I told them I don't want to work in the office. I want to work at home. And they allowed me to do that. It was really great. It was in the trucking industry. So with the big trucks, Scania, Volvo, all that stuff. And then I was still working for a boss, of course. And at some point I just started to notice that I wasn't motivated anymore, that I really needed to work for myself. And then I read a book called 4-Hour Workweek by Tim Ferriss, and it's about how to separate the time that you work and the money that you get paid. You should really read that book. It's a little bit dated, but it's great. But then I thought, how can I create a situation where I can work whenever I want and the money just keeps going, right? So I Googled how to make money online. And then I found out that you can make affiliate sites. And then it's a long story.
It looks like success story. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to make it fast. So then I found this group of people. They were blogging about this stuff, and they had this internship that you could do. So I did the internship, and then I learned how to build affiliate sites. And I partnered with one of the people that were in that group. But at the same time, I set up a mastermind of friends where we helped each other with our affiliate sites. And those friends asked me to do link building, and I didn't know how to do link building. But then I just started doing link building, and they offer really good money. And I still work with some of them. That's really great. But yeah, that's how I got into link building or in SEO. Yeah.
Baby, I will agree with our attendees. You're really awesome and energetic. I love your speech. I love your answers on your questions. Thank you for being today with us, and have a great day.
Thank you. Oh, if you have more questions that I didn't answer, then go tweet at me or something on Twitter.
Great.
PP Plus.
We will do it. Have a great day and see you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So guys, we have our next speaker, and I want to introduce, before I'll introduce him, I want to mention that it's a last chance to get free SEO checkup from Web Promo team. If you want to get free SEO checkup from Web Promo and to be one of 3 people who will get it, you need to fill up the form that my colleagues will share in chat. Just go to this form, share your details, share your website. My colleagues will check your website that we have in this form and name the winners, the guys who will get a free SEO checkup from Web Promo team. So the next, our speaker today is Malte. He is from Germany, and he is head of SEO at Idealo. We were talked already about kittens. It's time to talk about cheese, wine, and whistles. So why manipulating Google for fun and profit can be okay for Elon Musk and Boris Johnson. So Malte, how are you?
Hi, thanks for having me. I'm good.
We are happy to have you today. So what about Boris Johnson and Elon Musk? Can you give more details for us?
Sure. Should I just start sharing, or should I give you a little?
Yeah, you can share the screen, and it will be really interesting for everybody to know details.
Yeah, so give me a second to set up my screens that you can see the slides, and I can see my controls. So you should now all see my screen. If you can't,
yeah, everything is okay.
All right, then I'll just jump into it. We already heard what we are talking about, so no need to repeat it. Yeah, so let's start with a simple Google search. We type Facebook whistle into Google and look at the Google Auto Suggest or Google Complete suggestions, and we can see for Facebook there's stuff like whistleblower BBC, whistleblower 60 Minutes. And for those who are not familiar with the term, a whistleblower is someone who has inside knowledge of a company, specifically of wrongdoing in a company, normally an employee, and is sharing that either with the authorities or with journalists. And for Facebook, about 90% of the Google suggests for Facebook whistle are leading to negative results, as you would expect, because there were a couple of Facebook whistleblowers in the past. Now, if we do the same for Tesla, the results are quite different. Only 20% were negative when I did the check, and there is stuff in there like Tesla whistle price, Tesla whistle sound, Tesla whistle cost. So doesn't seem to be that negative. But considering the fact that Tesla is under constant investigation of the SEC, and considering the fact that no insurance company will give board member insurance to the board members of Tesla, because every insurance company sees such a large risk for Elon Musk to do something crazy that his board members could be sued for, which then resulted in Elon Musk having personally vouch for any financial damages that his board members might have. It's quite surprising that there is so little content about Tesla whistleblowers, because there were whistleblower stories in the media, and there was at least one whistleblower who talked to the SEC, the US government agency that deals with the financial markets, but also the behavior of CEOs when it comes to manipulating financial markets, something that especially Elon Musk has done a couple of times and has been told a couple of times to stop, or the SEC might take away his Twitter account. But for some reason, Google doesn't suggest these results. That's curious, right? Like, why would it be so different for Facebook and for Tesla? Well, the solution is Tesla actually produced a whistle. It looks like a Cybertruck. They call it the Tesla Cyber Whistle. And it's a real product that for a while you could buy in their online shop. I believe now it's sold out, but it has a product page. It has a price. You could buy it. It's a real product. It's not a gag, not a hoax. And what Elon Musk did is he sent out a tweet just saying, hey, I've heard there's like this Tesla whistleblower story gonna happen. I think it's funny, it's hilarious. Here's a Tesla whistle. Let's all celebrate the Tesla whistleblower. Like, he was like really making fun of this and trying to derail the public discourse, and really just trying to get people to laugh about the Tesla whistle, showing how he doesn't take the Tesla whistleblower serious. And what did journalists do? They did what Elon wanted them to do. They wrote a story about it. Like, Elon Musk is selling a $50 whistle just to make fun of whistleblowers. The Tesla Cyber Whistle launches, sells out immediately. On the bottom, there's news from Germany. There are many other news outlets around the world that wrote about this topic. And I mean, if it looks really stupid, and it seems really stupid, but when it then works, maybe it is not stupid and wasn't stupid. Because what's happening here, with all of this content for Google to consume, and with all these people searching for the Tesla whistle, all the people tweeting about the Tesla whistle, you have the demand and you have the content that are driving what Google is putting into the Google autocomplete and Google Suggest. So basically, Elon Musk engineered maybe one of the biggest Google Suggest manipulations ever by making sure that magazines like TechCrunch and many others wrote about the Tesla whistle, thus creating content that distracts from the Tesla whistleblower. Yeah, another example. There's this bus, and for those who are not from Europe, you might not be familiar. Basically, when the UK had their plan to do a Brexit and leave the European Union, there was this campaign, the Leave campaign, that wanted people to vote for leaving the European Union. And they had this big bus drive through London that falsely claimed that the UK would save £300 million every week, and they could use it to fund their national health services. But afterwards, it came out these £350 million that supposedly the UK was sending to the European Union didn't really exist. And one of the people who was associated, or actually a member of this Leave campaign, is Boris Johnson, who became Prime Minister. And of course, it was embarrassing for everybody involved with this campaign that they were called in this very, very blatant, very, very public lie. So we should remember that there was a negative context of a bus for Boris Johnson. We will see more examples of that and how he reacted to it. Because there's a second bus that is a problem for Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson was once the mayor of London, and London has these very typical red buses. They are like one of the symbols of the city. They have 2 stories, and some of them were old and they needed a new model. And Boris Johnson wanted to purchase the Route Master 2, I believe was the name of the model. And everybody told him, Boris, please don't buy this bus. It's not going to work in London. It's not reliable. The air conditioning is not strong enough for a summer in London. Please don't buy it. It will be horrible. Everybody advised against it. Journalists wrote articles. Other politicians said, please don't do it. Boris Johnson said, I'm the mayor. I will buy this bus. It will be great. Okay, one thing I need to tell you. The outcome was the air condition truly didn't work in the summer. And these buses are hybrid. But already now the batteries are dead. So basically they are now regular buses with a small tank for gas and a heavy battery that they have to carry around but cannot use anymore. So it was a really, really bad idea to purchase this bus. But when we search for Boris Johnson bus, the first suggests are painting, model, and hobby, all very neutral, like the negative stuff around Brexit, about the memes about him and the bus. These are already late. And actually, even with meme, we could argue that it's not negative because it's not like substantially negative in like the sense that he made a stupid political decision. So how did he do it? Right? It's again, this is confusing. Google should know that there were big news stories. There should be a lot of content. There should be a lot of search demand. This should be reflected in the Google Suggest. Well, the answer is one of the craziest interviews I've ever seen, where Boris Johnson says that he, as a hobby, out of the blue, he says, my hobby is building buses out of wine crates. And then the interviewer is thoroughly confused and asks him, you make models of buses? What are you saying to me? What's wrong with you? And then Boris Johnson again, yeah, I make models of buses. I use wine crates and I create buses out of them, like model buses. And it's very specific that he mentioned wine crates because we will talk about Boris Johnson and wine later. So let's also keep that in mind. But what happened after this interview? Of course, everybody wrote an article about it. Every single journalist of the BBC, The Guardian, any other newspaper wrote an article about Boris Johnson making models of buses to relax as his hobby. Everybody wrote about it. Everybody said, again, a weird Boris Johnson thing, but the content was there. And when everybody publishes this content, people, of course, also search for it. So to Google, again, there was the impression that when people type Boris Johnson bus into Google, most likely they want this story about him and the model buses because it's so weird. It's like everybody clicks, like what is wrong? Like why does the prime minister of one of the most powerful nations in the world talk about building buses out at home as a hobby? So everybody was interested, perfect clickbait. Again, Google Suggest is reacting to search behavior, to click behavior, and to the content that's being published. Yeah, and it worked. Before he gave this interview, all the results on the first page of Google were negative. Everything was about this Routemaster bus. Like one of the articles was even like saying already goodbye to these buses, articles about the hot air, the air that's too hot because the air condition is not working, 5-year reviews, and even the Wikipedia articles were thoroughly negative because the bus didn't work out. After this interview, 80% of the results on the first page were positive, or maybe not positive, but they were again not negative in a substantial way. And then of course, when the event just came out, also there were top stories and Twitter boxes that pushed the negative results even down even further. And the first articles that came out after this interview were like talking about how this is really bizarre, like it's a bizarre hobby to have, but also it's very bizarre to randomly mention an interview and then keep talking about it and talking about it. And a few months later, a journalist actually published an article asking, did he just do this to change Google search results and suggest results? Maybe he did. But it was too late at this point because everybody had already done what Boris Johnson wanted them to do, which is Googling for this topic or publishing content on this topic. Now, I mentioned that the wine crates would be relevant, right? And something that happened already a few years ago was that Boris Johnson had a fight with his girlfriend. And they were shouting at each other so loud, and there were other loud noises coming from the flat, that the neighbors actually called the police. And at the end, it turned out that one of the reasons for the fight was that Boris Johnson ruined his girlfriend's sofa by spilling red wine over it. And then she accused him of being rich and spoiled and not understanding that it's very shitty to just splash red wine on the sofa, because like he didn't see the problems, and she was rich and it's just a sofa for him. And this is one negative occurrence of Boris Johnson in the context of wine. There will be more later. Because if we search for Boris Johnson wine, we find like two negative things about parties. We find nothing about this fight that happened. And we find this thing with the the buses he's building from the wine boxes. So he's successfully planted the wine box bus subject for the wine topic. Next crazy interview. Boris Johnson said, "Don't work from home, the cheese will distract you." Now you could be like, what did he just say? Like, I must have misheard him. But no, he really said, don't work at home, the cheese will distract you. And the important part here is the cheese, because he didn't say this accidentally. What happened after he gave this interview? Again, everybody wrote about it. Newspapers from around the world. Here's an example from India. Of course, every newspaper in the UK wrote about this. Boris Johnson said that if you work from home, the cheese will distract you. But if you think about this, like, even if you are absolutely against the home office and you want to prevent people from working in the home office, there are so many things you could say. You can say, it's difficult with the insurance while you're working from home, or unless you have a good workplace, it's really bad for your back. Or you could say that your children or your washing machine distracts you, or any of these things could distract you. But the cheese, it really makes zero sense, unless he was again doing it on purpose. Because some of you might remember the story that during the Corona lockdowns, the UK had a very strict lockdown for a while, like really, really strict. People had to stay at home. They could not leave their flats. And of course, politicians were able to gather to discuss a policy, what to do. And then a journalist took a picture where it turns out that these politicians, they were not just meeting and working, they were also enjoying cheese and wine after work, basically having parties in Downing Street, number 10. And then Boris Johnson said, no, this was not an after work party. This was an extended meeting with wine and cheese. And that's how it started, that wine and cheese became very negative associated with Boris Johnson, because everybody was like, what the fuck is he saying? Like, of course they were having a party. They were drinking alcohol. They were eating snacks while everybody else was in the lockdown. It was very shitty behavior for politicians who should be role models. They were criticized a lot. And this late meeting with cheese and wine, everybody thought it's like a very, very stupid excuse. And then, of course, we already saw the search results. So if you search for Boris Johnson wine, you don't find so many results anymore about the party or the extended meeting with alcohol. You find results about the toy buses or the model buses he's building out of wine crates. So who is the best SEO? Maybe number 3 is one of you. I don't know who's listening right now. I say number 2 is Elon Musk here, and number 1 is Boris Johnson in my eyes. I don't necessarily like these two guys. I don't necessarily agree with everything they do. Actually, for Boris Johnson, I agree with very little that he's doing. But I have to say, the way how very publicly and by basically getting journalists and people to write about what they want them to write about, they very, very successfully manipulated both Google Suggest and Google search results. And I believe I was a little bit faster than I planned to be, But yeah, that was my presentation already. If you like these kinds of things, feel free to follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. I try to regularly share stuff, and I hope we have some questions.
Malte, sure, we have a lot of questions. Thank you for great speech. The first question, it's about your link building tactics. What main link building tactics do you use in your practice?
Sorry, what link building tactics do I use?
Yeah.
Me personally?
Yeah, sure. Guys are interested in your link building tactics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an in-house SEO. I don't really do link building. I believe there are other people who can better speak to that. If you don't want to get in any trouble with Google, I recommend to focus on doing content marketing and creating and publishing great content that people want to link to, content that solves a problem, and then maybe doing some outreach or seeding it. But when it comes to link building, I think we had other speakers today who would be more qualified than me to speak about that.
Thank you for feedback. All speakers give their toolkit. What are your favorite SEO tools? Can you share with us?
Personally, my main tool is Systrix. It's the main tool I'm using. I mean, it's quite equivalent to Ahrefs or SEMrush or Searchmetrics or any other. I just have the feeling that, especially for European markets, their data is better and more reliable. But my team also has access to most of the other common tools. One tool I would like to point out is Screaming Frog. I think every SEO who has even the slightest technical inclination, and it could just be analyzing content or understanding title tags, should have Screaming Frog. I think in my team, I'm the only team member who doesn't have a Screaming Frog license. And I know companies where even the developers have Screaming Frog to crawl websites on the staging environment. And if you play around with it and look at the exports, you can really do a lot also around automation. So Systrix and Screaming Frog, those would be my top tips for SEO tools.
The next question is about SEO in Germany. Do you recommend to start SEO career in Germany? What about rates? We asked this question to Elrika, and this question also was asked for our guys about Germany SEO markets.
I mean, I think that depends with which market you are comparing it to. I mean, as an SEO in Germany, you will earn a lot less money than in the US, for example. Same as with product managers or software developers or anybody basically working in tech. And then it really depends. Are you an agency? Are you a freelancer? Are you going to work in-house? And yeah, as I said, which market you are coming from. Like within Europe, I think rates in Germany are slightly higher than most other markets. And if you work in-house, working conditions are normally quite good. But yeah, I think some geo arbitrage, so having clients in Germany but living in a country that has a much cheaper cost of living, lower taxes, can be quite nice. And I actually know some people who have Eastern European roots, grew up in Germany, built a one-person agency or freelance business here, and then moved back to Eastern Europe and have a very nice life. So that's definitely possible.
What is our rates for Germany market?
Oof, it totally depends. There's a big spectrum. Really totally depends. And I personally, I don't hire agencies or freelancers, so I don't know at the moment. I have seen offers of people wanting to work for 40 euros an hour, which are probably either very junior people or people that are not actually based in Germany. And I've seen rates of up to a couple thousand euros per day. But that's then more for very senior people, either helping on strategic projects or coming in last minute to save a botched website relaunch.
We have a tricky one question. What is the biggest SEO fuck up in your career?
Ooh, the biggest. I mean, the one that was the worst for me personally was when I was still running my own websites, doing everything myself, including firing up my FTP client, connecting to the server, and then editing PHP files in production, and not making backups, and just being like very sure I won't do a mistake. Like, it's simple PHP, I can just do it. And it happened a couple of times. So I completely messed up a WordPress installation while it was updating, and had to basically copy and paste all my articles out of a messed up database. I would say that was my personally worst SEO fuck up.
Malte, thank you for this great speech and answering the questions. We were happy to have you today with us. Thank you and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Guys, we are ready to proceed forward. Before this, I will share with you great details. Our colleagues from Web Promo Agency already checked who will be the winner of our small gift and get free SEO checkups from Web Promo Agency. We told that it will be 3 winners, but my colleagues decided that it's better to make it for 4 websites. That they checked 4 websites, and the winners will be Joseph Nation from Portugal and his website, the wealthmaster.io. Volkan Saritas, he is from Hungary with Tornado guestprints.com. Balas Sommer from Hungary with website content-hungary, and Kairi Rebana with website cogmasteropia.e from Estonia. So guys, my colleague will contact you tomorrow, share details how to get in more information and how to start SEO checkup for free with Web Promo Agency. I congratulate you. It's really great news for you. And I'm ready to present our next speaker. It will be Michał Suski. He's from Poland. He's a Chief Product Officer at Surfer. And Michał shares with us 80-20 approach to SEO. So, hi, Michał, how are you? I want to congratulate you personally with GrowFlow. It's really a great time that GrowFlow got out from beta. So my congratulations, and congratulations from my team. We love Surfer SEO and your toolkit. How are you?
Hey, thanks for so warm welcome. Really nice to see and hear all these happy faces on the chat and almost 50 people in the live. Welcome everybody, and thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here.
So you can share the screen and tell a little bit more about this 80-20 approach.
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned the GrowFlow thing because it has its roots in 80-20 rule. And today I will show you how you can obviously manually do these things and how we can automate 80-20 approach to SEO. But before we dive in, it will be just a good idea to introduce you to the 80-20 rule. This is me. I was already like, you know who I am, right? So co-founder, surfer, CPO, master of science at forestry. But today I'm not talking about growing trees, but growing websites. Today I want to talk about having spikes on your charts like this one. This is the growth after implementing 80-20 approach to SEO. So what is the 80-20 rule? What is the Pareto rule? Like, let's establish a foundation. It's the situation when 80% of all of the results are coming from 20% of the efforts. So you build 10 links and only 2 of them carry the most value. You create 10 articles and only 2 of them gets the most of the traffic. And these are pretty common things in SEO. But before we dive into SEO, let's quickly go through some general combinations of life and 80-20 rules. So we've got the taxes, and 80% of money comes from 20% of the society. So that's pretty obvious. We've got the rich, we've got the poor, and the majority well, is paying taxes, but 80% of the money collected to the bank is actually coming from 20% of the people. So we've got the project management, and 80% of these great features, 80% of like impact on a product is coming from 20% of the tasks. As we have 100 tasks, 80 of them are like small bug fixes, yet only 20 of them are actually these elements that have a great impact on the product. So the business wise, like we've got 80% of cash from 20% of the clients. Like we land one big enterprise deal, and all of these other smaller clients can be like even dumped because, well, there's no point in spending hours. And it is the same about the clients, the products, the reviews, the articles, and so on that we have on our websites. The programming, this is pretty cool, because like 80% of the downtime of the application is coming from like 20% of the bugs. Like I said, we've got like hundreds of misaligned buttons, maybe some typos, maybe some other little things to fix in the code, but in the end, only few of the issues are related to infrastructure and can take the application down. But what does it mean to do Pareto in SEO? Where can we find the Pareto rule in the SEO? So right now, getting into this. So we all know SEO audits. They can have like 50 pages. They can have 100 pages. They can have like even 200 pages with great charts, I don't know, infographics, whatever. But the value of this audit will be packed on just a few pages of it. It will be about these 3 or 10, maybe 5 issues that actually hold the website back in the search results. You don't have to fix every single recommendation from the audit, while there is just a few that will move the needle. And yeah, agencies like are racing against each other to produce longer SEO audit, while the value is on a few first pages. And when it comes to the link building, like I said in the beginning, we've got the link juice flowing through whatever metrics we have. But in general, when we build 10 links, a few, like 2 or 3 of these links will carry most of the value, will move the needle most. When it comes to traffic on a website, um, the same situation. Like we hit the nail in the head when we create these few articles that turn out that they drive most of the traffic to the website. It is pretty common situation. We can have 100 articles, while just a few will be like outstanding, like exponential comparing to the others. And we can apply the Pareto rule here when 80% of people from Google visit only 20% of the URLs. This is pretty common situation. Um, Again, when it comes to the community, there are SEO groups, there are SEO courses, free stuff, paid stuff, ebooks, whatever. But when you consider like how many SEOs do we have on the planet, it turns out that 80% of the news, of the knowledge, comes from 20% of the people. In other words, few people contribute more than all the rest. And that's all you have to understand about the 80-20 rule. There are just a few things you can do to make the most of the results you could possibly get. And the cherry on the top, this is the last one, last example, clients. 80% of problems are caused by 20% clients. We all had this one guy who was calling us every week or every day about why is he not ranking yet. So when it comes to the problems, just a few clients cause them. And if you can evaluate your portfolio and select these few outliers when it comes to the amount of problems they cause, and dumping these clients using the 80-20 rule will make way more space to take more clients that are not causing you problems. All right, so that's about the Pareto rule, and it applies everywhere. It applies in life, in business, in community, like literally everywhere. In SEO, obviously, as well. So let's move to the practice. I want to show you some stuff that you will be able to like carry back home and start improving your SEO process, start improving your websites, their traffic, and so on. So let's try to apply 80-20 rule to the SEO process. So who is it for? First, this is really important because when you have a new website that is just indexed, there will be not so many 80-20 low-hanging fruits. In general, you have to do the hard work, create content strategy, write 100 articles, internally link them, and then you can start finding low-hanging fruit. So you have to have an index domain with history that will have at least a little bit of traffic, like 1,000 organic visits a month should be sufficient to start finding these low-hanging fruits through the 80-20 approach. And the last one is, the stronger you are, the more 80-20 will be there for you, as you have like really many assets. You have 1,000 pages. Then on 1,000 ranking pages, you will be able to find like really a lot of keywords, opportunities that you can turn into traffic with like boom, 24 hours. So rules of Pareto in SEO. We've got a few rules, three actually. Minimum effort, so we spend 5 minutes or even 5 seconds if possible. We get maximum impact per minute spent on the task, so the ROI is like really high. And the third one is the short turnover, because we want to know that the 5 minutes we spent yesterday brought us 100 clicks 24 hours after. And that's these are the things I will show you right away. So how to achieve it? We have to analyze our assets. So basically go to Google Search Console and select the pages. Then we have to proceed with 3 easy tasks. And then maybe not every single task will be required. Maybe we can even do 80-20 out of 80-20 and do only one task. We will see. So let's go. But before taking on a new project, evaluate if 80-20 is there. Because if it's there, you can charge less, do very little, and provide great results. If it's not there, you will have to do the hard work and spend hours to prove your capabilities, your results. So just be sure that you check if the 80-20 rule is there or not. All right, so the 4 steps. I guess I have to hurry up a little. So analyze the potential. Explore Google Search Console and assign keywords to the URLs. This is simple. So we all know this screen. We've got like, this is from Surfer. So we select the pages view and we sort by impressions, not by the clicks, but by impressions. And with that list, we just select 5 to 10 URLs with high impressions we want to work on from the list on the top. Like if we have top 20 URLs, we can select 5 that we really want to boost out of that list. So we have prioritized list of URLs with opportunities. And then we select that URL, one of these URLs, and apply a filter like this one. This filter is one filter that shows only keywords that are ranked between position 8 and 30. So we have these keywords sorted within the striking distance. So the striking distance is like you are almost there in the top 10 or almost there getting a lot of traffic. So like position 8, 9, 10, and and lower positions. So from this list, we select keywords we want to boost. 5 to 10 keywords. So again, 5 to 10 URLs, and each URL 5 to 10 keywords within the striking distance. And that's our assets analysis. That's it. Select 5 URLs, each URL 5 to 10 keywords within striking distance, and move on. Move on to the next client. All right, let's move on. This is what we want to get. The URL and 5 potential keywords within the striking distance we want to boost. Let's go. First step done. The second step, entities gap. So what is the entities gap? It is the difference between entities like words and phrases that are important to the content that your competitors in the top 10 use and you don't. So the gap is what they have and you don't have. That's the gap in between. All right. And how to fix it? We've got the manual process. I will show it right now. And of course, we've got the automated process as well. All right. So the manual process. This is a screenshot from SEO Quake. You visit #1 result on the keyword that we have here. So this keyword, what is SEO score? Let's say we go to Google and we turn the SEO Quake on the first result, and we see, okay, these are the keywords they use the most commonly: Google, the maps, and some other keywords. So we want to find out what are the most important keywords on this particular page, and we make a list of 10, let's say. All right, then we visit each of the top 10 results for that keyword that we want to boost, and we want to create a list of words and phrases that are commonly used by our competitors. So which are important words and phrases that are used by the majority of the competitors that we are missing on our pages. This is the entities gap. And you can turn it into process and get data in 30 minutes, really. A quick spreadsheet and repeatable process, dumping CSVs from the SEO Quake, and it can be done fairly quickly, like 30 minutes for any keyword. This is obviously possible, and I wouldn't be myself if I didn't show you like there can be like automation to that, and obviously this is one of the things that Surfer does, which brings you all of these entities and tells you which are missing and highlights these that are the most important. So yeah, you can automate it and have it in 30 seconds, but you can also do it manually and it will be equally good. All right, step 3, internal links. These are really important, and we will source them in Google, and we will choose anchor text really easy. So how do we do it? Basically, we Google our website, site:/surferseo.com space the keyword we want to boost. And what's the result of that query? Is the list of pages among our website that are the most relevant to the query we put in the search. So we want to boost e-commerce SEO, and we receive a list of pages that are the most related to the e-commerce SEO. And what happens then? We select the anchor. Remember this list of keywords? These are our anchors. So we will build internal links from these pages listed. So the first one is the one that is ranking in Google, and the second, third, fourth, fifth, and so on are the best internal linking opportunities for us. And here are the anchors. So this is really easy. You query Google, you provide your keyword you want to boost, you get like top 10 pages on your website, and you internally link from these pages to the page you want to boost. In this case, content score product update. And on the right hand side, we see anchors. This is the same list of keywords that we created in the first step, assets analysis. All right. And obviously, you can turn it into process and get data in 30 minutes for any website. Querying Google, putting them into Excel file and then sending over to someone who will apply the changes in the CMS. But obviously, and thanks Anton for mentioning growth flow at the very beginning, this is one of the tasks you receive like on the automated way every week. If there's an article you can boost, you will receive information about which are the pages that are considered as great opportunities for internal linking, and obviously they will be checked that they don't have internal link built on them yet. All right, step 4, ranked but not used. This is pretty cool, and we will use Google Search Console data again, and obviously we will have automated alternative. But take a look at the keywords that show up on one of the pages of our website in Google Search Console. You see like many keywords, but 3 keywords from this list really caught my attention. This is SEO Chrome extension, SEO plugin Chrome, and SEO extension. They receive like 5K, 4K impressions. They are within the striking distance, position 23, 21, 21.8, and we are getting almost 0 clicks. So what do? Ranked but not used. We rank. Do we use them? So I check. SEO plugin Chrome. It's not on the page. So what I do? I basically add it. I add it to the page. So it's saying me 1 out of 1 instead of 0 out of 0. And that's the whole task. This is the simplest task you can ever imagine. And again, you can turn it into a process and get that in 30 minutes for any URL. It's simple. You go to Google Search Console, you check keywords in striking distance, you Control F through the content to check whether you have them or not. And if not, you put them in the content. That's it. And some people who've been testing this feature like really long time ago, like half a year ago, they sometimes received 600% organic traffic growth overnight just by adding keywords that Google thinks they are answering, yet not using them in the content. There is nothing simpler in the SEO world, really. It's super easy. It's too easy to be working, but it works. All right. And obviously, the automation from the growth flow, this is just telling you, you are missing some keywords. Add them. Done. And move on. And I will show you the results in different categories. You can get doing these 3 tasks like entities gap, internal links from Google, and ranked but not used. So software reviews, this is the growth. The growth is from like early April, right? Just like 2-3 months. I would just go through this and not comment, just check the numbers, check the velocity. I will just go through these. Parenting blog, top growth, like 0.3 million impressions growth within 3 months. Only 7 new articles, only 20 optimized URLs. The baseline, this gray line, is if they didn't do nothing, if they didn't do anything to these pages. But when they did, this is the skyrocketing growth. Another music blog. Casino, this is a great example. 2,000 clicks for a casino blog can turn into great profit. Take a look at this spike from May 16th. It's just fired up. Religion, another spike. Like it's going like crazy. Wedding, competitive niche, really great competitive niche. Making money online, even up to making money online. You can get steady growth just by applying 80-20 rule to your SEO efforts. Just do 80-20 stuff first and then think if you can do something else. But please do the 80-20 stuff first. It can move the needle and you won't have to worry about like 100 pages long SEO audit that no one will actually introduce. All right, but can we go deeper? Like we always should question what we hear, what we see. So let's go deeper. We got these 3 tasks: entities gap, internal links, and ranked but not used. every task is simple. Like entities gap is a little time consuming. It can take like 30 minutes per keyword. Internal links, well, it's great, but I have to edit 5 or 10 pages in my CMS. Uh, it takes some time too. But ranked but not used, it seems like it's super simple. I just add 5 keywords to the content that already exists and is ranking. So what if we get rid of entities gap and internal links and do only ranked but not used and wait if it works or not? It will turn out that ranked but not used, even though it is the least time consuming task, it is the most impactful task. And the guy I mentioned before, the person who received 600% organic traffic growth overnight, Tom Drake, by the way, cheers, Tom. Um, he was using only ranked but not used. Only this little thing, like 5 minutes per page, 10 pages a week, and well, you do the math and you can get really great results if your page is eligible to start getting 80/20 approach results. So it has to be indexed, it has to have some traffic, it has to have some articles already ranking somewhere. It doesn't have to be a beast. It can be like like you know average website. Okay, so it seems to be naive, seems to be easy, sometimes even too easy, but well, we shouldn't be ashamed of doing it if it works. Like, what's the better way to spend our time than doing simple tasks that move the needle, so then we can learn, then we can rest, then we can take on more clients, or we can like do whatever we want with our time. So there's no point if doing anything else than 80/20 before some complex stuff. And that's it. That's 80/20 in SEO. That was me. Thank you.
Michal, thank you for a great speech. It was really interesting, and I loved your Pareto rule. We have a few questions. The first one, can you share, please, details about artificial intelligence algorithm you use in Surfer? Can you give a little bit details more about this?
Yeah, so you can Google machine learning SEO, and one of the results will be ours. And there are details about where do we use it specifically. But I guess the most important AI stuff is within the keywords clustering, which is basically grouping keywords you can rank together. You should be ranking together. That's used in the content planner. And the other one will be keywords extraction, which is these entities, these meaningful words and phrases that are evaluated as core of the article. And without them, you can't provide the information Google is expecting from you. And there is another article about it. You can Google like Surfer NLP, as we build our own NLP algorithm. So you can Google it as well, and you will read the comparison between using Google NLP and our NLP, and why the approach obviously is better. Like, we moved from Google to ours, not because it's cheaper, but because it has like SEO oriented goal, not general oriented goal.
Thank you. We have a question from Adriano Andrade. The results of religion was just by one article. If that's so, it's amazing. Was the religion website case study you shared, it was just one article?
Let me go back quickly. I have it on the second screen, so no worries. I'm checking.
And we have feedback from Bibi that it was cool, and she loved your speech.
It was one published article, so one new article, and 16 optimized pages. So 16 pages were touched with either adding few keywords or adding a few internal links to them. So 16 pages, 59 completed tasks. So it can be like I don't know, 100 words added to these 16 pages and some internal links built. That's like what I can tell you from my guesstimation.
Great. As I've already mentioned, our students are beginners. They love success stories. And can you share how did you start Surfer? What was the main customer pain you wanted to solve?
We were the customer for Surfer. So I was working in the agency that the office I'm sitting in right now, it grown without me, luckily. So we had this pain point of scaling up the team and doing on-page SEO at scale. And you know that analyzing manually competitors, like I showed you, even with the SEO Quake, it's just quite time consuming, and the human error is kind of, you know, it's frequent. When you compare like 100 headings to each other, you can miss something. And we decided to boost our process of manually analyzing pages with some tech, and we were the first client of Surfer, the KS agency. So that was the pain point, scaling up the team, and we couldn't scale, so we built the tool to scale up the process.
Great, thank you. We have one question about the pricing. You have growth floor in your freemium package. Guys can get it for free. Do you plan to add to freemium content editor?
Actually, the content editor is in the freemium. And the only thing you do in Growthflow Freemium is that you work on a small website. The small website characteristics is that it doesn't have too much content on it, probably, most likely, or at least ranking content. So our goal with providing you Growthflow Freemium is to tell you what to write about. So it has the content planner built in. You start with a keyword, you receive like dozens of content ideas, and then each content idea can be turned into content editor for free. You write the content, you publish, and you can start another one, another one, another one. And when you grow enough, we will tell you it's time to pay. But before, of course, grow as much as you can. So the content editor is there.
Great, thank you. Bibi wrote that a lot of my clients use Surfer. The same, it's about us, we use Surfer. So thank you. The question, maybe the final one. Our students, they are searching for some ideas of success. What are the three main key points how to start a successful SEO career? What are the three main key points you can say that you need to do to be a successful SEO?
Get a mentor, start internship, find someone you want to follow and ask if you can, like, cold outreach, can I work with you, is not the best idea though, but try to find someone who is looking for help. Maybe you can be like a VA. Yeah, being VA is relatively simple. You will do some repetitive tasks, but you will get into the process, you will get into the pipeline, and when you are doing a good job, you will be definitely noticed and promoted to someone who will take the ownership for some actions. So internship, mentor, being VA, this is a great way to start the SEO career.
Thank you, Michal. It was really great. Thank you for having this great speech today. We will message you the link to the whole this video. Most of our students watch this video during their time zone when it will be okay. So thank you and have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Guys, it was Michal from Surfer SEO. We've already talked a lot about tools, about link building, about on-page optimization, and it's really time to talk about SEO career. Our next speaker will talk about how to build a successful SEO career, what are the main key points, what are the drawbacks, but it will be in 15 minutes after the short coffee break. I understand that maybe you are tired, you need a little bit coffee, tea, and it's time to do it, to get a fresh coffee, fresh tea, and we will come back in 15 minutes to share experience, how to build a successful SEO career, and what are the main key points. Don't hesitate, visit us in 15 minutes, and we will be online soon. So guys, okay, we are ready to proceed. Before I will start and present our next speaker, I want to mention all our partners that helped us to make this conference better and to say thank you for all of them. I want to recall that you can get great gifts from us and from our partners today. You can use SEO Day coupon and get 20% discount for our course, digital marketing specialist. You can find additional discounts for SERP get 1 month free for SEO ranking, start using SimilarWeb with their new Pro plan, and of course get 1,500 keywords from RankWatch. So try to find all these links in chat. Our partners shared it with you, and be happy to use them and improve your search engine optimization results. So now I want to introduce you the next great speaker. It's Irina Makhtarilova. She is the CMO of Booster. Irina will talk about how to build your career in SEO, what steps you can't skip. So Irina, hi, how are you?
Hi, Anton. Good. How are you doing?
I am fine. You can share your screen and start.
Okay, let's start. One second, please. Okay, sure.
It's okay.
Yeah. So should be visible now.
Yeah, everything is okay.
Okay. Okay, great. So today I would like to talk about building your career in SEO and steps you can't skip. But first of all, let me tell a little bit about myself, why I think I can talk about this topic. I'm SMO in Busta, which is a Ukrainian-based company. I'm in SEO since 2009. I've been managing and building SEO teams for the last 10 years. And currently we have 80 SEO specialists, 125 link builders and outreach specialists. And since we are a more SEO-oriented company, we have less PPC affiliate or product managers in marketing, but still 30 people of other directions are also in the marketing department. So I've seen a lot of teams, I've seen a lot of cases, so I have something to share about. Who can get something interesting or useful from this presentation? I think those people who consider to start their career in SEO. SEO specialists who already work somewhere and want to improve, business owners or operational managers who build marketing department and have SEO specialists, and SEO team leads who plan to grow and to expand their teams. But first, let's get back to the past a little bit. When I started, or like in 2008, SEO was all about three things: that keyword research, link building, and simple on page. Keyword research was very simple. You have search volume. The higher the search volume is, the better, and exact match. Link building was pretty simple comparing to nowadays. All kind of links worked, mostly common spam, paid links. So it was only the question of hands, how many link builders you have, or how many link builders you teach or hire. And simple on page, I talk about keywords in the content, about titles, descriptions, about H1, and simple like internal linking. There were already a lot of technical like questions, but they didn't result in that much comparing to link building. Today, we have local SEO, we have core Google updates that come every 4 or 6 months. We have mobile SEO, user experience, site speed, trust, SERM, SMM, and people require more and more tech skills to be technically educated and to work not only with the link building, but also with the website, the whole system, right? The website, the social media for the website, the trust, the PR, and all of that. And people sometimes forget about the basic things. but basic things stay the same. And I would like to talk about link building today and how to build your career using link building and having link building in your life. So interesting question, yeah, especially for the team leads, for people who hire SEO specialists. What questions do you ask your SEO candidates? Do you ask about content and link building? Because I do. I always ask about link building and content tasks experience, not theory, not I read somewhere, I know, I ordered, specifically about personal experience. I'll always ask questions. When was the last time you built a link? What kind of link that was? How many links you built? What did you have a link building experience before? What difficulties you faced? How you solved those difficulties? What is the secret of building more links and to build cheaper links? And all of that. And I do pay attention on link building, about link building. And I ask everyone, junior SEO, middle SEO, senior SEO, doesn't matter. But link building and content is a must. Have you interviewed a senior or middle SEO specialist who hasn't built a single link by himself? So he could order from freelancers, to get from internal link building, but never did that by himself. I have, and I've seen the problems afterwards, and that's why I pay attention to link building right now. And that's exactly the step that you cannot skip, link building and content writing. So start your career building links. This is the very simple picture, but it's clear, right? It's clear how we hire and how we develop our people in the company. So if you don't have any experience, you can start as a link building trainee. And I want to emphasize this, that start as link building trainee, not as an SEO trainee. Start as a link building trainee. Or link builder in other companies, you can go straightly to link builder position. We have this link building trainee period for understanding if the person likes the process, if the person can build links, because this is kind of routine work and not everyone enjoys it. So trainee is for 3 or 4 weeks. And if we see that the person enjoys it, likes it, and goes through that, we go to junior link builder. After junior link builder, after some time, you can go to the middle, senior. And if you want to shift your career from link building to SEO, you go to SEO trainee. It's not something worse than senior link builder or something. It's not the trainee because you go back in your career. It's a time when we give you tasks and you have the time to understand if you like them, because building links and doing SEO tasks might be a little bit different. And that's exactly the time when both of the sides can see, okay, the SEO specialist can say, okay, this guy or this girl is great. I want him or her in my team. And the link builder can say, okay, this is for me or not for me. It takes a little bit more than 3 weeks. It takes 3 months, and it may be more, depends on the person. But after that, we have a grading. I will tell you more about it later. And we can go to junior SEO, from junior SEO to middle, senior, and to SEO team lead. And here is more detailed or some other variants. From the link builder, you can go also to link building team lead. From senior or middle SEO specialist, you can go to SEO team lead as well. You can actually also shift your career in something different. I put here like product manager as an example, but you can go to a developer, you can go to a tester, designer, whatever a person likes. It's just, going to other direction. But if you're in marketing SEO, actually those variants are the most popular, I would say. But once you become a manager, like team lead, this is already a manager, you require some extra training for a manager. And we also have a training for that as well. So how we do that, right? Or how you can do that. We have such things as SEO grading, link building grading, and manager's adaptation. This is absolutely our custom creation. Like when we were expanding, we saw the reasons why we need to do those rules, which are clear and similar for everyone. And we've created such things as grading. That means we see when the person develops, and we show that ladder path, that career path, how a person can develop. So let me tell you about SEO grading a little bit. From SEO trainee, you can learn to be a junior SEO specialist. What we require, this is only like a very small part of it, like notation, right? Because it's a huge document, and if I want to tell about SEO grading separately, it will take me hours. So here I will tell like the most important and interesting things. Like we require hard non-SEO skills. That means something a person uses for working, but that's not SEO related. It's fast typing. It's a language, level of English language is a must. We're Ukraine-based company, and we have a requirement for knowing the English language. So at least you need to be like intermediate. It's working with Google Sheets or Excel. It's hotkeys on the laptop or keyboard. So it's something that makes you faster, not just, SEO, but just faster. Then SEO hard skills. SEO hard skills, that's keyword research, link building, working with content, ordering content, internal linking, and all of that. Yeah, but as a junior, you just need to know, not to practice all of that, but just to know. And soft skills. Soft skills are very important in our experience and in our approach, because you work in a team, and you need to be friendly enough and soft enough to develop and to work with the team. And link building. Link building, I put just, separately, because link building is everywhere in junior. You start as a junior, you even build links. When you're middle, you build links, not only build links, but you need to have that link building practice. And as a senior, you also have to have that link building practice, at least in the past, so to understand how it works. So when you're middle, you require more technical skills, more hard SEO skills, to think already like about SEO strategy, not only about tasks that you're given when you're a junior, but to think about the strategy by yourself. When you're a senior, we require more advanced tech skills, SEO strategy as well, using more tools, having practice, having successful projects. So you cannot be a senior after 1 year just reading all that. You need to have practice. You need to show the several successful projects and how you do that, how you did that. And mentoring. Mentoring almost everywhere. So you teach, you share your experience, you can help, you can show. That's a very important requirement. But still, link building. Link building is everywhere. As a junior, you need to know, like, let's say 10 types of links. As a middle, like 15, or like when you're a senior, like almost 30 types of links. So link building is everywhere. We require it, and we think that it's very important. Let's talk a little bit about link building grading. So it's junior, middle, senior, the same rules, and actually almost the same logic. We require not link building skills, as I said, fast typing, language, Google Sheets, hard skills like link types, metrics, numbers, the number of links, and soft skills. When you're middle, actually almost the same, but more types of links, more more of those links, high number of links, more metrics you look at. You already can automate something like parsing different tools for collecting metrics for links. Mentoring, soft skills. As a senior, we require you researching new link types. So not only the SEO specialist will tell you what kind of link he wants, but we require and expect that senior link builder researches the link types and can offer something new, show how to build in a different way, and teach. Mentoring. Mentoring is to teach someone to do the same. What problems are minimized when you have the practical link building? As I said, start your career with link building. So when you have practice, not just theory, SEO specialists understand the process and can teach the link builder, because sooner or later, when you're an SEO specialist, you will have a link builder in your team, or you will have a link building team you can put tasks. But still, you need to understand how it's done. When you understand how it's done, you can better plan your budget, because you know how much time the person needs. You know how many people you need, how much the link is, what kind of content that link requires. Is it a cheap content, or it's like 10-page guide for some very specific topic? So it's a better planning once you know how it's done. Ability to check the link quality more attentively. I saw the situations when the SEO specialist puts tasks to link builders, get the links back, and that's it. Everything is done. But when you were a link builder in the past, you will see what kind of link that is. You will see better if it's a really good quality website, or it's a fake DR from some low quality network link. It will help you understand how much time the link builder spent on it, how much he paid for it, and what kind of link that is. That will help you to find good link placements as well, because I believe that SEO, when you're an SEO, the process of link building is very important, because that's the process. It's an everyday task. When you have some technical issues or have some technical questions about the website, you can fix them. And if you're in a business that doesn't change often, you can have the same website for several months or for a year, just adding more content, more pages. But that's it. The site will be fast, and nothing else should be done. But link building is an everyday process. And when we look at the expenses, when we analyze the expenses, like link building and content writing are the two most the biggest expenses types for SEO promotion. Okay, then you will be able to research new link types as well, because you know how 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 link types are done, and you will see what is the difference in the new one, in the new type. And if you never did it by yourself, you won't see the improvement possibilities for link building. So you will keep getting the same links. You will keep getting the same mistakes, the same quality, and you will not know how to improve it, because you will not know that the quality of the email is very important, right? So you can write different emails for outreach and get different results. You can write to 10 webmasters and get 9 replies, or you can write to 10 webmasters and get 2 replies, or even 0 reply, because your email is shitty. So that's very important. And when you're a company, you also have a lot of bonuses after having the grading, after having the rules. First of all, you raise the level of specialists in your own company, because you have your specialists. You ask them to go through that grading, and you see who knows what, who has experience in what areas, and what areas should be improved. You have individual development plan right away. I mean, when the person goes through the grading, it's already there. What should be done, what should be learned, what is good, what is bad, what can be better. You have a better hiring process, because we did that grading together with our HR, and we want to implement right now the grading for recruitment. So when we hire a person, when we not even hire, when we have an interview with a person, we already can see, looking at our grading, this person is middle, junior, or senior, like in the picture, right, in our company. You can better work with financial expectations, because when you're, for example, middle SEO specialist asks for a raise, you see, okay, like this is a middle specialist. I believe that this is a middle specialist. We have the range from, between. So yeah, I can give him more money. Or if the person wants or expects more money, but he's not middle, junior, depends on what in what level he is. You can give him, okay, we can do that, but here's the individual development plan. Let's go through it. Let's have 3 or 4 months. We can improve it. Your skills, you may have more practice, and we can give you more money. Then we have clear processes for big teams and throughout the company. When you have, as I said, 80 plus SEO specialists, it's very difficult to understand who knows what, right? And you have many teams, and we have big teams. When inside of the big team, there are sub-teams, and it's a lot of people. And when we didn't have that grading, we saw that even in our own company, different team leads had different expectations from middle, from senior, from junior, because we are all different with different experience. But when we gathered together, when we discussed the problem and what we want to solve, we made like a common set of rules for everyone, and everyone in the company knows and understands the meaning of junior, middle, senior, and that helps a lot. And I didn't write it, but also it came to my mind, when you raise the level of your specialist, you raise the level of the specialist on the market. Because when you have some grading system and you teach people, sometimes people go right on the market, and they become more and more advanced because you already done that. You've taught them. So that is a good story. And managers adaptation. Sometimes specialists wants to be a specialist without managing people, but there are people who want to be managers, and that requires some extra training. If you were a good specialist, for example, you are a senior and you want to try to teach others and manage them, it doesn't mean that you can do that because you're a good specialist. It requires some other skills like managing skills, working with people, and that's very important because your company, your team very depends on that. So we've created managers adaptation. What we teach like all aspects of managing a team, starting with recruiting, how to hire, how to hold an interview, bad and good examples, right? So you need to know how to be a good in asking questions. We teach about the ADISIS model, management model, that PAEI. It means people, when hiring a person to their team, need to understand what kind of person that should be, like the producer or entrepreneur or administrator. It depends on the tasks he will give to that person. Then we have adaptation, internal policies, tools, and probation period. So during when you hire the person, you need to spend time with that person to teach how to use our internal tools, how to use our internal policies, what is, where to go, whom to ask if you need something, right? So all of that helps to close the probation period successfully. Then we teach about goals, about KPIs. Who are A, B, and C players? What is the deadline? What is a synchro meeting? What is the KPI? What is the goal and how to put it? And all of that, it's like, you know, a separate science, I would say. Also feedback, how to give a feedback, how to give an effective feedback, how to make one-to-one meetings, and what is a one-to-one meeting? How not to give a feedback so people, so a person can, you know, become less productive. Also motivation, how to motivate team members, how to see that the team member is about to burn out or has so many tasks or has some other like issues. Financial motivation, how to motivate with salary, bonus, and also team retention, right? To keep people and not to lose them and to let them go to the market. So all of that is in manager's adaptation. It takes several months, I would say, but we don't let a person become a manager if the person hasn't passed the exam or hasn't passed this program, because working with people, very important, and we cannot make mistakes here. So we've done that manager's adaptation, which is very interesting and very helpful. I would also want to mention, when you build your career, not everyone wants to be a manager. Everyone wants to earn more, but not everyone wants or have skills to be a manager. And sometimes there is a big problem when you put to a managing position not the right person. So for a person, it's very important to understand that you can earn more being a link builder and not go to a manager's position. And for the company, it's very important to understand that you should give those opportunities to earn. If a person is skillful and wants to be, for example, a link builder or an SEO specialist and not to become an SEO team lead, it's a normal situation. You just need to appreciate that and give the opportunity to earn more money at the same position when the person keeps doing good results, keeps improving, and keeps doing his job better. Okay, and to summarize all of that, I wanted to emphasize the link building importance throughout my presentation, but I also would like to summarize. Don't forget about basic things in SEO. Start your career building links. There are many courses for SEO specialists, like in three months you will be as an SEO specialist. That is a good program, I would say, but still, don't go straight to the SEO position, go to the link building position. It's a little bit less money, I would say, at the beginning, but you will save a lot of time, efforts in the future if you build links. And if you build links, I mean, you were building it like for at least 6 months and you were building it as a main task. It's not like, you know, okay, I will try like to build several comments here or 2 guest spots here or to buy some links here. It's not that. You need to build every day for particular time period of time, and never stop building links. Even if you're an SEO specialist and you have or SEO team lead, from time to time I would recommend you go back to building links and see how it's done, just to be to be in touch with the newest methods, tools, talk to your link builders, teach them, learn from them. But link building is something that is very important. Have a clear map of improving step by step. It's actually those stairs I showed. Start from trainee or junior and go to senior or managing position. And for a company, it's very important to create that map and rules. We call it like grading. You can call it any nice word you would like, but that is a set of rules how you look at your specialists. And specialists and a manager require different skills. Learn how to be a manager before actually becoming a manager. It's very important because you will save a lot of time. You will not lose people. You will not need to fire a lot of people, and you will skip a lot of problematic and critical situations. So I guess that is it. Thank you very much. If you want to learn and to go through grading and already set up system for SEO specialists, we have always opportunities. We have very many positions opened, like for SEO and for outreach and link building. So you can send your CV at cvboost.com or go to the website and check our positions that we have. Thank you very much.
Irina, thank you for a great speech. Now we have just a few questions. The first one is how long it will take to grow from junior link builder to middle link builder?
It depends. Yeah, average. Yeah. I would say 1 year. Average is 1 year. Some people do that in 6 months. It's absolutely normal. Some people do that later because they like the link building, yeah. And if they have the nice bonus system, because most of the link builders have bonuses and they earn enough of money, they're not in a hurry to go from one level to another level. But in average, 1 year is more than enough to become from junior to become a middle link builder.
And one more question that I've already asked to the most of speakers. What is your SEO toolkit? I know Boost also creates some tools for yourself, but what external SEO tools do you use in your team?
Well, we have a great tool, Site Checker. We use it all the time. It's our internal development, but we also have it like public, so you can go and try it. For link building, Ahrefs is most important tool. Must have, yeah. Must have. Similar web, Moz tool for links. So I guess it's not some rocket science. For link building, we have I don't remember the names, but we have a lot of for emails scraping, so it helps link builders, outreach specialists to get the contacts. For SEO,
like Hunter.io and others, yes.
Yeah, right. For SEO, we use Screaming Frog. That's definitely I would not mention Google Analytics and Google Search Console. Yeah. Yeah, so it's the main tools that everyone knows. It's nothing nothing specific. We have some internal development that we don't give outside, right? That's more optimization for our reports, for our collecting data, but that's something we've done as a big company already because we need to optimize, right? Your processes. So yeah, we do have a lot of that saves a lot of time for us. But if we talk about popular tools that Ahrefs, SimilarWeb, Moz, Screaming Frog, yeah.
Great. Thank you for your time. Thank you for great speech and for answering the questions. Have a great evening and see you. Bye-bye.
You too. Thank you. Bye, Anton.
Guys, the last but not the least, we have our speaker, Craig Campbell. He is SEO trainer and consultant at Craig Campbell SEO. He will talk about buying and selling digital assets. I want to tell a little bit about our story. It's not just our first approach going abroad, starting any global activities. Web Promo Expert Skills Booster, we were starting our webinars, other activities for a long time. And if we talk about Craig, he was speaker on our webinars maybe 6 years ago. My colleague Anton was fond of Craig. And when I asked Anton what guy was really like a rocket on the webinars, he told, yes, this is Craig, and Craig is really great. So he will share his experience in this speech. Hi, Craig. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Yourself?
I'm fine too. You can share your screen and share your experience with our audience. Thank you.
Perfect. So just sharing the screen. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah, sure. Everything is okay.
Cool. So for anyone who doesn't know who I am, my name's Craig Campbell, affiliate marketer, SEO consultant, and I buy and sell websites and make money. I speak at a number of events all over the world, from Chiang Mai to India, wherever it may be, and always trying to share knowledge with people. Now, just to give you a little bit of a background, I don't do client work. I absolutely hate working with clients. So I've had an agency, I've been nominated for awards, I've been nominated as the business award winner and all this kind of rubbish, but working for clients doesn't work that well. Now, I do a lot of affiliate marketing, which in turn leads me to being able to buy and sell digital assets. Now, I'm going to give you a few case studies today. I'm going to give you a few different things that I've done, including things that I've done wrong. So I want to show you guys, is it still possible in this day and age to make real money with Amazon affiliate? And the answer is yes. You can see what can be made on a yearly basis or a monthly basis, whatever you want to look at. You can make money on Amazon affiliate. Now, that's Amazon affiliate. I don't particularly like the commissions that Amazon affiliates pay. It's very low. I like going to private affiliates such as the Authority Hacker. And what you'll see is on there, you'll see that you can earn up to $990 per sale for selling another guy's course. Why would I not want to do that? Why would I not want to take the easy route and sell his course for £1,000 or $1,000 nearly each time? So private affiliates can help you monetize things. Now, what I tend to do when I'm building digital assets is I will use the power of an aged domain from someone like ODYS. Now, using an aged domain works really, really well. Now, why does it work really well? I want to give you a scenario here. A few years back, there was a politician in the UK who went by the name of Nigel Farage. And he stupidly let his domain name expire. Now, this domain name didn't have the most powerful, it wasn't the most powerful website in the world. However, it had links from the likes of BBC, Independent, and a whole bunch of other high-profile, news networks that I simply couldn't get myself on. So using an aged domain name or an expired domain name to get that link equity out of a domain name that someone stupidly let expire is a great way to start out on your affiliate journey. You're going to get a ready-made backlink profile. Now, in that particular instance, it was impossible for me to monetize a politician's domain name. I only done that as a bit of fun. But find a domain name that's brandable. And how does affiliate marketing work? Basically, you put up whatever on your website, you drive that over to the affiliate website, your conversions are tracked, and you get paid a commission of the sale. Simple and easy. Now, someone like SEMrush, for example, pay me 40% recurring for the lifetime value of the customer. That is through their BRush program. Amazon are paying these sort of commissions based on different product categories. It's not a great amount of money. You'll see that all of them are pretty much less than 10%, other than the two at the top, which are 11 and 12%. That is likely to be less than that now. So selling, people's courses. Someone like Robbie Richards, for example, wanted me to sell some of his courses, and he wanted me to get commission for promoting that. I am getting $236 for selling one course. No difference, no problem for me. Now, again, you can go to Authority Hacker and you can get $1,000 per sale. Now, so there's loads of ways to make money online. Now, I want to give you an example of how I buy and sell digital assets and what I do. Now, this is a screenshot from a conversation I had with a guy on Christmas Eve, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And it was about a golf website. The website looked nice. Standard affiliate website looked like this. And I started to ask him how much it was going to cost, what was the earnings like, and all that kind of stuff. Now, he showed me the earnings of that website on a month-to-month basis. And what I was able to see was there was some growth, and then there was obviously a decline in that revenue. So I'm thinking, I don't know, why did it decline and all that kind of stuff. Now, for me, I didn't understand that it was seasonal at the time. I just thought the guy was lazy and he let it decline because he couldn't be bothered doing any work. Regardless, we had negotiations. The guy was desperate to sell it, and he wanted to sell it to me for £12,000. Eventually, I got him down to £10,000. So I paid for that website. It was earning about $400 a month at the time. And I thought, buy it, let's go, let's do it. But you can see that there's multiples in here. So he was wanting 20 times the monthly revenue at that time. So he wanted $12,000 for it. I got him down. But that was back then. Websites at the moment are selling for up to 50 times their monthly revenue. Just be aware of that. Things have changed. Now, the website looked good. I went out there. I started to increase the traffic on the website. We can see that when I bought it, if you look at the very left-hand side, it was nothing. I built the website up into February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and then we started to see a slight decline. Why was that decline there? It was because of the seasonality of it. People don't buy golf equipment September, October, November, December. I wasn't aware of that at the time, but I bought the website, massively increased the traffic. You'll be able to see the revenue here. So it was earning $362 in the first month, then it went up to $470, then $780, then $800, then over £1,000, and so on. Now, that was all very simple and very easy. We can see the revenues and the clicks and all that kind of stuff on there. Now, I was able to scale this website up. Now, if you look at a website, if I go back slightly, I was earning about £1,200 a month or thereabouts at one point in this website. Now, you'll be able to see that there's an Amazon Associates website there that's for sale or was for sale on Empire Flippers at that time, and you can see what that website is worth when it's earning that amount of money. Now, what did I do? I bought links, guest posts, the same as everyone, from that particular vendor. I had a great content strategy going on. I was adding more content. I was further optimizing the content that was already on there. I was doing a whole bunch of work. Now, I basically paid 10,000 British pounds for the website. I spent around about $2,000 because everyone charges links in dollars, and also $2,000 on content. Now, I spent a total of around about £14,000 on this website. Now, in that period of time when I actually had the website brought me in about £4,000 anyway. So my actual outlay for that particular project was only the initial £10,000 that I paid for it. Now, the content and the links were basically paid from the revenue the website was making, which is perfectly fine. Ordering the content and ordering the links is not a huge amount of work. It was like 20 minutes work. And I was able to sell the website for £37,500. I got a 25 times multiple. If that was this year, I would have got double that because websites are selling for 50 times the multiple, but I got 25. Anyway, I also done it with another website. Another example, uscombatsports.com. Bought it mid-2019, and you can see the massive spike in traffic. Now, you can obviously see it's massively dipped as well, and I'll explain that in a moment. Now, you're able to see the scale that you're able to get as an SEO. Again, on that website, I paid £2,000 for the website, and I spent £2,000 on links. Now, with that particular project, there was a guy who was going to start out in his affiliate career, and he made a website and he put loads of content on it. It wasn't ranking that well. He didn't even have his affiliate links on it. And he basically said to me, do you want this website for $2,000? Because he's sick of it. He doesn't have time to push on to the next level. So I took that website, spent £2,000 in links, let everything age, added my affiliate links, and then I sold the website for £40,000. Now, obviously, these are small figures. I'm not in here to make myself sound bigger than I am or anything like that. But you can do this on a much bigger scale, as you can probably imagine. You can work harder. You can outsource a lot of the work. You can automate a lot of the stuff. You can use virtual assistants. You can work smarter, not harder. So what I'm doing in this space is making my money and my knowledge work for me. So rather than me put in 60 hours a week or whatever people are working, I delegate, I automate, I outsource, I do all of that kind of stuff. Why do I want to do work? What do I care about doing work? So a guy out there, Robert Kiyosaki, often talks about schools teach you how to work for money, but they don't teach you how to make money work for you. And that is so true. We're all educated that you have to basically leave school, go to college or university, or go into an intern role in the digital marketing space, and you're told that you can go there, you could be an SEO manager or whatever and earn $40,000 a year or $50,000, whatever. And we are trained to think that that's the normal thing to do. And it's not the right way to think. You know, you can start the same as I have and build up your own assets on a very small level and scale, rinse and repeat, and grow. You don't have to stay in that dead-end job that you have. You can make your money work for you. You can make your skills and expertise make you more money. You can buy and sell digital assets the same way that people buy and sell houses. You can make money. You've got the knowledge. You've got the experience. So why are you not doing that? That is a question I would have to ask for a lot of people. Now, we can see how scalable these things can be. We can look at websites like Gear Hungry, which started at the start of 2018, and it got way over 1 million hits a month, according to SEMrush. So you can buy digital assets and you can sell them on websites like Empire Flippers, go to private brokers, whatever it may be. You can buy and sell online businesses using your expertise. If you really believe you're good at what you do, why would you not invest in yourself, is what I would be asking. Now, digital assets, very similar to real estate. I think it's a great way to look at things. Now, they don't always work out. And I want to give you an example of a massive failure on what I had in the past as well, because not everything has turned into money and success. So this was probably back in 2016 or 2017. E-cigarettes, vaping, whatever you want to call it, came out, and I'm like, oh man, there's so much search volume for this stuff. So done some research, I've seen the kind of volume that was involved, the cost per clicks were low, and I was like, fuck, this is something I can do. There's so much volume here, and it's not that competitive, it's new. This is the perfect niche. So I went away and I set up this website, vaporinfusion.co.uk. I ranked, so it was a WordPress website, WooCommerce, thrown together, probably $500. Now, it wasn't quite affiliate. It was called drop shipping, and if you don't understand what drop shipping is, I've got my website. There's a guy in the middle who gives me the stuff at wholesale price, and he ships the product out to the customer, and I keep the profit. So I pay him, he invoices me, happy days. So it gets to around about the end of 2016. The business is working, money's coming in, happy days. But a couple of things went wrong. What were those things? Now, PayPal was the only place that would take my payments because it's vaping, it's tobacco, it's nicotine, it's whatever, banks don't want to take that money. So PayPal was the only people that would take money. And obviously, we all know that PayPal always side with the customer. Now, the customer reversed their payment. You can see that these guys are buying something at a low cost as well. I didn't really think of the money, how much. I was just thinking there's so much volume here, I'll make money regardless. So it's a £15 item I'm selling. Just bear that in mind. Now, our drop shipper was basically sending out the wrong products, hence why people were reversing their payments. So the guy would say, we've sent out this rather than Jack's because he ran out of stock. He wasn't able to fulfill the orders. So he's sending out something that he felt was similar. That's not what the customer bought. It's why the customer reversed their payment and all that kind of stuff. So one, I picked the wrong business model, a drop shipper who couldn't fulfill the demands. That was the first problem. Now, a big thing here is, as an SEO guy, I'm impatient. I want to make lots of money, and I just jump in, two-footed, get websites built, do SEO, boom, 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 boom. I didn't research the niche. I didn't research the product. I didn't research the drop shipper. Now, when I talk about the product was $15, it costs me the same amount of money to get a content writer to build links, regardless of the price of the product. Why the hell was I selling items at $15 rather than something at $500? Why? It cost me the same time, effort, and money to go into that niche as it would any other niche. So first things first, the dropshipper was a joke. Second thing after that is the product wasn't at the right price point. I need to be selling something that is making me money, that is giving me an ROI for my money. Doing that for £5 profit is a crap business model. Also, on top of that, with the golf website, it was seasonal. So with the golf website, although I sold it for money, I stupidly jumped in. I initially seen the signs that the website declined. If we go back to the slide where we look at the revenue, it declined in towards the end of the year. And when I scaled it up, it also declined at the end of the year. I stupidly jumped into a seasonal niche without doing the right research into the industry. If there's any dips or whatever, anything that's likely to impact your money, you need to know about it and how you're going to deal with it. Now, that is just a couple of examples of mistakes I've done that maybe give you food for thought if you're interested in getting into affiliate marketing or buying and selling digital assets. Now, where do you find these websites? Where do these opportunities come up? There's lots of like Empire Flippers, Flipper. There's loads of places that are selling digital assets. But one in particular that I really like is this Facebook group, Flipping Websites. It's aimed at websites that are being sold for less than £10,000. So that is the area I'm looking at. Now, why do I keep talking about the smaller end of the market? For me to pay £10,000 for a website and potentially spend £5,000 on it, I can quite easily sell for $50,000 or $100,000. People will buy websites all day long at $100,000. When you start to grow up, when you're trying to sell a website for $1 million or $3 million or whatever you want to sell a website for, there's more legal costs, there's more negotiations, all that kind of stuff. A friend of mine sold a website probably 6 months ago. It took 9 months for that transaction to go ahead because it was a £2 million sale. There was non-competes, there was all this legal negotiations, all the other kind of stuff. So that is why I think when you buy and sell digital assets, why not start at the bottom end of the market? Why not invest 10, 15, 20,000 pounds and make yourself £100,000 and do that at scale? You know, you've got the right team, the right processes as an SEO. Why are you not then doing that? So that's the way I'm thinking. And that's why and as I say, I also have failures. So what? What do I care if one of them fail or two of them fail? The job is to not have any failures, but I want to make sure that I'm spreading the risk when I'm buying digital assets, because we don't know what's around the corner. We actually don't know how Google are going to change things. We're all guessing. And you see some of my websites did fall off a cliff. This was like 2018, get into 2019. We all know that December 2020 update is why everyone's website fell off a cliff, because they penalised affiliate websites that were targeting the best this, the best that in terms of keywords. So now things have slightly changed. You have to go in with a more structured approach to your content writing. You have to use topical clustering. You have to build better links. You might even have to add a persona around the website that you're building for the EAT signals. So these things all have to be taken into account as well. And as I say, there's websites that get sold from anything, from $100 to up to $10,000. So you can get that on that particular group. As I say, you can also go to Empire Flippers and all of that kind of good stuff. And you can see, as I say, the type of money you can make quite easily. And that, that's just now a £50,000 website. Amazon keeps slashing their commission. I'm not that fussed too much in the commission. If I can get the revenue up, I can then flip the website on. However, Amazon commissions are this for my golf website, for example, I could have quite easily went to the American Golf Affiliate Program. I could have went to Golf Outlets USA, who are giving me 10%. So when I buy that golf website, I could have quite have easily kept the same traffic, and I could have doubled the revenue by simply changing the monetization method. I could have got away from Amazon. I didn't in that particular case, but I could have and probably should have. So you don't always have to, you can look for an Amazon website, someone who's monetizing it through Amazon, do some research and find, can I get 10 or 15% to then simply do that switch, increase the revenue and sell the website. So you can change the monetization method on these websites. And as I say, you can make that amount a month if you want. You can make more than that on a monthly basis. These websites would sell for millions of pounds, and that is perfectly achievable as well. Everything can be done at scale. I've had websites that have been massively successful, some that I still hold on to, some that have made me amazing revenues, and I've had some amazing quick growth on websites as well. So as an SEO who's able to do all of that, it's really important to then put that expertise and put my money where my mouth is and make things happen. And that's where buying and selling websites is a very viable option. Sadly, I was only given half an hour to talk. But if you do want to reach out to me, you can reach out to me on social media, get me on craigcampbellseo.com, find me on YouTube, whatever it may be. I'm always open to talking to people, and I'd give you whatever advice I can possibly give you.
Craig, really thank you for this great speech. We have a question from Adriano Andrade. Isn't it too risky to buy links nowadays? I mean, when you buy a package of links, you might receive trash links, no?
You have to do your research to where you're buying links from. Make no mistake, it's not, people in every industry that's competitive are buying links in one way or another. Of course, buying trashy links isn't going to help you. It might not, it might even lead to some form of penalty. But if you're buying guest posts, you're doing digital PR, you're doing outreach, you mix all of that stuff up. You're not just going to buy trashy links time and time again. You will soon learn very quickly not to buy from those people that sell trashy links.
Craig, thank you. You showed really money for our audience, for the beginners. What about SEO career? You recommend to start from SEO as beginner, or like link builder as beginner, or to move to affiliate marketing from start and to be an affiliate marketer? What is the best idea of career way for beginners, you can say?
I think you can make money in so many different ways from SEO now. I know people who focus specifically on certain things, like a content writer or a link builder. You can do that 100%. You know, it really comes down to your own personality. Do you want to do affiliate, or do you want to do work for other people? You know, sure. And I think for me, I wasn't born into a wealthy family, so I had to do client work to be able to get the money to invest into my own projects. So I think it's an overall learning curve, and I think I see that very often. People learn from home, they join an agency, they stay there for a few years, then they bugger off and either start their own agency or they go down some other route, whether that's a link builder, whether they niche down, or whether they you know, build their own agency or continue to do client work. For me, personality, for my own personality, I just hated clients. We all do. They're always moaning. And that is why I steered clear of the kind of client side. But I'm not going to say there's no money to be made in there. You can make millions of pounds doing client work. So just for me personally, that's the route I decided to take. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the only route. So you can literally do what you like. You know, depending on your personality and where you want to go. I think the long-term goal, though, is who the hell wants to work for another person? Who really wants to do that? You know, doing the affiliate or being your own boss or whatever you decide to do, It's all about freedom, you know, the work-life balance and all that kind of good stuff. So again, that's something to consider. Do you want to go down that route, or do you want to be working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 for someone you don't even like? That's the options.
Great, thank you. Thank you for sharing with our students. They are just on the beginning of the SEO way affiliate. You are a great experienced guy, and we are happy to have you today with us. Thank you for your speech, and thank you for answering the questions. Have a great evening. Thank you. Bye.
Take it easy. Bye-bye.
So guys, it was SEO day today, and I will be happy if you will share a little bit your experience in chat. All our team was working on this conference really hard, and if you will write a few words, what do you like, what you didn't like, we will be really happy. At the end, I want to share my screen and tell a little bit how you can keep in touch with us forward. Our key point is Digital Marketing Specialist course. It will start just in a month, so you can join to our Digital Marketing Specialist course. I will be your tutor. I will help you with home task. I will run through the examination process. So if you want to start your digital marketing career, please join us, and we will help you to be a really successful digital marketer. You will get not just only feedback on your home task and exam, but you will get 1 hour of personal one-to-one session with me. If you want to get just a few knowledge and fast recap of your knowledge in digital marketing, you can go to our Udemy courses, buy any courses about digital marketing, Google Analytics, social media, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, etc. And we will happy to get you on our courses. So it was Anton Voroniuk, it was Skills Booster team. Of course, I'm on a screen, and today you was communicating mostly with me, with our great speakers. I want to say thank you to all our speakers, but today the great Skills Booster team was working on this conference. I want to say thank you to all our team. My colleagues, Tanya, Vlada, Nadia, a lot of other guys who helped to make this day happen, and say thank you to all of yours, for people who are watching our online, for people who will watch this recording on YouTube, and see you on our next conferences. It will be SMM Day in October, and we have regular webinars. So subscribe to our YouTube channel to get all updates. Thank you to join us, and bye-bye.